it was, that kind of topic before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Good evening. Good evening. It's 6 o'clock, so I'm going to call to order the Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting for April 12th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Zamora.
Here.
Harmon.
Here.
Larson.
Present.
Boutros, sorry.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. So a couple just updates to those that are in the audience. I'm going to ask for a commissioner to make a motion to amend the agenda, which the amendment will be, we will not be hearing the specific part of item 5, right? Oh, that's right at the top of my screen. So item 5, we'll be deleting Chapter 10, Article 11. So that's specifically the part on a new business, item 5, that speaks to the airport overlay zone. So that will not be heard today, and is being addressed by staff at the moment. So it may come back later, but certainly you can talk to staff about that.
You need a motion.
So I would entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So and do I need to have this read a specific way, just for process sake?
Philip Parker.
Oh, it's the same one. Mm-hmm.
Motion to amend the agenda for new business item number 5, removing the proposed amendment to Chapter 10, Article 11, Section 10-11-05, Caldwell City Code pertaining to noise-sensitive uses within the APO-1 Airport Overlay Zone by identifying additional land uses to be permitted when accompanied with a signed and recorded aviation agreement grant to the city by the property owner from the request under OA-23-01.
Thank you. There was a motion from Commissioner Boutros. Is there a second?
I second it.
I second. A second from Commissioner Harmon. I know your name. I just drew a blank there for a second. Sorry about that. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Another announcement, when we get to item number 3, so that's the West Haven development, we will have, the staff has asked us to continue that to the May 24th commission hearing. So if you're here for that, we won't be hearing that today. That will be continued into May. So with that, I'll continue on to conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest from commissioners?
No.
Seeing none. All right, there are no special presentations, so we will move to the consent calendar. And I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar, which is just the minutes for the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So motion from Commissioner Harmon.
Seconded.
Second from Commissioner Boutros. Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Old business, there is none, so we're going to move to new business. So do I open public hearing? We just make that statement, correct? All right, so I will be opening public hearing to hear action item 1 of new business, and that is case number ANN 23-00007 SUP 23. Oh, did I miss that? Where's my opening statement? Okay, excuse me. So I'm going to go back and start with the opening statement. So so this item is a quasi-judicial hearing, which involves the consideration of a land use request, such as an annexation, rezone, classification, or approval of a subdivision preliminary plat. The public hearing procedures as required by state code are as follows. Oral and written testimony will be accepted from those who have signed in to speak prior to the hearing being declared open. When providing testimony, please come to the podium, state your name and address, which will be included into the record. Staff will present a report regarding the application being considered. Public testimony will follow. The applicant or applicant's representative will present a summary of the request for no more than 10 minutes. Testimony from those in support will be taken, followed by those in a neutral position, and finally those in opposition to the request, for limited to no more than 5 minutes. The applicant will be offered the opportunity to provide a rebuttal testimony. After the rebuttal testimony is given, the public testimony portion of the public hearing will be closed and no new oral or written testimony will be allowed. And so with that, I will open up the public testimony or public hearing for case number ANN 23000007, SUP 23000004, Lavender Crossing, a request by Riley Planning Service LLC on behalf of Justin Fishburne, Jeannie Fishburne, and Yellowstone Cap LLC to annex parcel R3247801000, approximately 8.18 acres, and R3248700000, approximately 5.84 acres, and with a proposed R3 high-density residential zoning designation where designate HDR, high-density residential, in the 2040 comprehensive plan to include approval of a development agreement associated with ANN 23000007. Concurrently, the applicant is requesting approval for a special use permit for Lavender Crossing, a multifamily residential community with 288 multifamily residents spread throughout 12 separate buildings. Each building consists of 6 one-bedroom units, 6 three-bedroom units, and 12 two-bedroom units. The subject parcels are adequately shaped infill parcels located at 4121 and 4114 Laster Lane in the unincorporated county of Canyon, which is generally located east Lake Road and north and west of the Notice Canal. And with that, staff report, please.
All right, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Today we have Lavender Crossing, a annexation and special use permit. We are annexing the applicant is annexing the approximate 14 acres as R3 high-density residential and requesting a special use permit for 288 apartment units. Here on the screen, you can see the photos of the subject parcels. Here we can see the site plan. With this special use, the applicant is asking for 12 24-plex buildings with 288 units. With this, they are offering a clubhouse, bike lockers, dog washroom, gym and fitness room, community lounge, and community kitchen. For landscaping, the applicant is proposing 14% open space, with 10% being the minimum. Here we can see elevations. Applicant is using multiple materials and colors, and the applicant can go into more detail. Here we have the renderings of the clubhouse and the courtyard views. For existing conditions, we have R3 to the north, R2 to the south, with also R1, R1 to the east, and R1 to the west, surrounded by Weston Point subdivisions 2 and 4, or 2 and 5, and also a Waihi Village sub to the east. For the 2040 comprehensive plan, we have high density residential in the top, medium density south, and low density to the left and farther east. Public service and utilities will be provided to this site. We did get agency notification. This will be a late exhibit from Valley View. They are in opposition due to overcapacity. We also received public notification from, which will also be late exhibits, which you should have on your desks, from Brandy Holmes, who is in opposition, and also from Marissa and Jaime Quintana, who are also in opposition due to traffic, noise, and height. Staff has done their analysis and finds the proposed request is in compliance with the city codes. Okay. And is in conformance with 4 goals and 8 policies. Staff recommends approval. Staff also would like to let the commissioners know that the applicant is asking for an exception to the height requirement of, since these are adjacent to single-family homes, normally is required to have a 25 max height. With this special use, they're asking to go over that. The applicant has done some design choices that should help with your decision, but they can go into that with more detail. And I stand for questions.
Thank you. Any, Commissioner Boutros?
This came before the hearing examiner about a year ago. It was denied for a couple of reasons. One, a second access was required for emergency vehicles by the hearing examiner. The applicant showed an access into an adjacent property and indicated they would work that out with the owner. The owner of the adjacent property was at the hearing and testified that she had not been contacted and that she would not agree to provide the access through her property. Has that emergency access situation been resolved?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I was emailed about that. They have come to an agreement. I believe the applicant could probably talk more about that, but from what I've seen, they come to an agreement for their emergency access.
Okay. The approval criteria for an access easement is that the instrument number by which that easement is granted appears on the face of the plat. That didn't happen. When will that happen?
Okay. This development will not be required to plat, but it can be a condition of the SUP.
So if we dig through the package that was prepared on Lavender Crossing, you will see that explicit statement in there that the instrument number has to appear on the face of the drawing. This is a concern because we, the commissioners, are obligated to ensure that, in fact, that easement was granted. We need to see evidence of that. As you know, and as we have been advised, as a quasi-judicial hearing, all of the information has to be in the packet before us. So we need that.
Excuse me, Director Collins.
Chair and Commissioners, just to address that, back when Lavender Crossing first came through and that condition was put on there, at that time they were going to plat. They have chosen not to plat. They are not required to plat. You can develop multifamily on one parcel. The only time you're required to plat is if you decide you want to sell off some of those buildings, then you'd have to split those lots out, or you could condo them. So they're not required to plat. By state statute, you can put this as a condition on their SUP. It does not have to be something that is on the plans when you give the approval.
Yet they are required to provide that second emergency access.
Chair and Commissioners, that's correct. And if you look in your current staff report and your findings with conditions, it's stated in there from the fire department that they will provide that secondary access. So it's already in there as a condition of approval.
So the letter from the fire department, and I did read that letter, it states the various conditions, but it does not perform an analysis of whether or not this specific development meets those requirements.
Chair and Commissioners, there is other processes that come after this. So when you grant an SUP, they then have to submit construction drawings. So that's another time when the engineering department, planning and zoning, and the building department and fire all look at those plans. And they're not allowed to pull any building permits until those construction drawings are approved. And at construction drawing phase, they will be required to show that on there.
Thank you.
Questions for staff from other commissioners? For staff or for applicant?
Yeah, but
Oh, no, good.
Go ahead. Commissioner Boutros.
Uh, So I wrote up, I'm sorry, I wrote some notes based on my review of the package, and then we received this late letter from Valley View, which is helpful. The letter from Valley View makes it very difficult to assess whether or not the letter is a red flag and should stop the development. We have Idaho statutes. There are 4 different paragraphs that pertain to different elements of developments, whether it's a special use permit or a subdivision or as you know. But the language is all kind of the same, and it says that the commission has to assess the capacity of a school district, and it calls out, it mentions all of the public entities like irrigation districts and all of that, but it calls out school districts in particular. And we have a legal obligation to make sure that the school district has capacity. Reading this late submission letter from Valley View, it looks like they don't have the capacity. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Chair and Commissioners, we're all made aware that Valley View School District is struggling with some capacity issues. I just want to remind the Commission, though, that before you make broad statements on whether you should approve or not approve something based on a letter from Valley View, you do need to give the public their due process, and you do need to let the applicant speak and all of those in favor and opposition and neutral.
Certainly. I have one additional nitpick, and this is for the city engineer, I hope. The drawings that we saw have labels on the streets, and there is one lane, Hidecote Lane, Hidcote, which is in excess of 150 feet, and it looks like it has something that could be a fire engine turnaround already incorporated. I wanted to be just a confirmation. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Boutros, I do not have that in front of me. Is that what?
It's at the south end. It's horizontal on that, or on the standard drawing. And if you look to the right, there is a short stub with a trash container. Is that a fire engine turnaround as well?
Yes, traditionally, the fire department has allowed, that would be considered a hammerhead. And so instead of a cul-de-sac, you would have a hammerhead that's within 150 feet of the end of the aisle that could be used for a turnaround.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners to staff? If not, I'm going to ask Elizabeth. I'm sorry, I'm not able to read your name, but you'll read a statement. The applicant or the representative? Please state your full name and address into the record, please. Elizabeth Keckert. Thank you. And will you just make sure your mic's on? There's a little button towards the bottom.
I didn't do it.
Okay. Where's the computer?
And so while they're doing that, just to make sure it's recorded, will you just repeat your name and address into the record?
Elizabeth Keckert. I'm with Givens Pursley, 601 Bannock, Boise, Idaho.
Thank you.
Yes, that would be great. All right. All right. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Kekkeritz. I'm with Givens Pursley, 601 Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho. I'm also here tonight with the property owners, Jeannie Fishburne and Justin Fishburne, and members of our development team are also here and available to answer additional questions. Commissioner Boutros, it seems like you have some very specific ones, and we fortunately were able to get our engineer here who will also be able to help answer some of those. Jeannie and Justin are a local mother-son team. They are born and raised here in the Treasure Valley. They're not from out of state, and they've done a handful of other developments within the Treasure Valley region. I also want to start out just by saying thank you to Alex and the rest of the planning staff for their assistance on this application. This is, in fact, a new application. The last application was withdrawn. There was never a formal decision made on it prior to it being withdrawn. And so we are here today on a new application with new application numbers with 2023. We've reviewed the staff report at this point in time, and we are in full agreement with it. As Alex touched on, here you can see that this is a really unique shaped site surrounded on all sides by the city of Caldwell. Construction has commenced on the Alante subdivision, which was approved last year to the north and the east as a high-density subdivision. The site plan that Alex was showing was our old site plan, and we actually have our new site plan here. It's this deliberate site plan. It takes advantage of the uniquely shaped lot. It's been developed considering input from neighbors and staff, as I'll discuss in a minute, and meets all the city code requirements. It includes 12 separate multifamily buildings, each which contain 1 to 3 bedroom units. Originally, we had proposed and looked at over 300 units. This number has now been reduced after working closely with staff. As mentioned, the future land use map does designate this property high-density residential, as you can see in orange here, as well as the Alante subdivision to the north and east, which is also designated high-density residential. The city's comprehensive plan shows that the R3 zone is an appropriate zone and is an allowed zone for high-density residential designation. And because of this infill location, it is logically expected to annex and to be developed in conformance with the designation on the property, this high-density designation. You can see it does align with numerous comprehensive plan goals. To save some time, I'll just gloss over these right now. The surrounding zoning, the site is consistent, the R3, with the surrounding zoning and planned and existing uses. As mentioned before, the property, the Alante subdivision to the north and east is also zoned R3. The property to the south is zoned R2, and directly to the east is, to the west is zoned R1. The applicant will pay, of course, all required impact fees to offset the cost of development to the Police, Fire, and Parks Department, and has agreed to make a donation to the Valley View School District to help contribute to the school district's needs. The site is infill. It's surrounded on all sides by the city, making this an efficient utilization of existing services and infrastructure without adding sprawl or lengthening commute times. We're proposing a gross density of 14 units per acre and a net density of 20 units per acre. You can see here on the open space and pathways that we're required to provide 1.4 acres or 10% of the land, but we actually provide 2 acres of qualified open space, which includes a dog run, tot lot, landscaping around and through the micropath, things like that. In addition, there's an additional 1.8 acres of landscaping around the buildings in other places that don't technically qualify as qualified open space, but is still green, grassy areas. Plus, we've designed the stormwater retention areas specifically to act as large grassy swales So they really do look and feel and can be used as additional open space for an additional 0.3 acres. We're also not including the irrigation canal easement area, which is quite large. And so overall, this results in a total green space of 4.1 acres, which is almost 30%, 29% of the overall property. And as I just briefly mentioned, we do have a pathway circumnavigating the property boundary. There's numerous places to get on and off this path. And then we're also through the Alante subdivision to the east. There's going to be a gate there that will allow residents between both developments to cross back and forth on their walks, and will ultimately connect through all the way up to the Walmart going north here. It's a highly amenitized community. There is that pathway that circumvents the site. Within the community building, there are bike lockers, a dog washroom, of course, a fitness room and a gym with high-end app-enabled exercise equipment, a community lounge, a community kitchen. I mentioned there's the leasing office. We do have a large dog run in a park, a children's play structure. There's room here to put in a fire pit or barbecue, and there are 2 EV charging stations. You can see from the rendering that this really will be a nice development, and the owners do intend to keep it that way. There will be an on-site manager during business hours and someone available 24/7. Only tenant and guest vehicles will be allowed, and they must be operable. There won't be RVs and other non-personal vehicles. There will be background checks done, both criminal and financial background checks on the residents. There will be quiet hours. There'll be limited numbers of residences per unit. So they're really trying to take care of this development. And then in addition to the prior amenities that I mentioned, the units themselves will be really nice. There'll be stainless steel appliances, solid surface countertops. One thing that's unique to this community is all of the heating and the water heaters and HVAC units are all going to be personal and internal to each unit. And so they won't be the loud, noisy structures on the ground. They will be inside, which also helps just really clean up the aesthetic of the overall development. And all the units do have balconies and private open spaces, except for the units that are abutting the homes to the south. There have been, one thing that was really important to the owners as they designed the site plan was that it would seamlessly integrate into the surrounding community. And to that end, I'd like to point out a few specific design features. First, the emergency access is to the east going through the Alante subdivision. There will be absolutely no traffic, you can see on that red arrow there, going south through the subdivision to the Weston subdivision to the south. There is a signed MOU between the owners of, between the Fishburns and it's now Peg Development owns the Alante subdivision that has been signed. All the terms of the easements have been agreed to, and it is just a matter of they are willing to, the final easement approval will be signed, the final easement upon final approval of this development. But until this development does have final approval, they don't want to, and we don't think it behooves anyone to sign it, because then there's this easement that exists out there for the development where a future one may or may not need it. So it just makes sense to wait until the final approval of the development. However, all the terms and conditions of those easements have been fully negotiated. They're pretty much ready to go. We just have to get to the approval point. And we do expect that that would be a condition of approval, that before we could come in for any sort of construction drawings, that we would need to show you those signed and recorded easements. The homes to the west, you can see on the yellow here, there are really thick bushes, and these buildings are set back between 83 and 135 feet from the edge of the property. Buildings 11 and 12, which are the buildings that are on the east side of the property, there's some red arrows showing there. They had originally proposed talking about those buildings being on the south side. However, after thinking about it, it just seemed to make more sense to move those buildings to the north side of that sort of stub coming out there, to really minimize, to open up the grassy area there through to the canal and to make sure there was not that direct line of sight to the south. There's 6 homes along the south there. And so it was really to step those homes, those residences back from the residences to the south. Buildings 9 and 10, those are the 2 that are on the canal. They take advantage of the natural barrier with the canal, which of course will be fenced. And there's over 125 feet between these buildings and the homes on the other side. Additionally, as I'm going to show you in a minute, on these 2 buildings, there are no second or third floor balconies, and they have a different floor plan in order to minimize the sort of how they appear in this development. So you can see here that these buildings have been specially designed to ensure compatibility with the neighbors to the south. First, the balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floors have all been eliminated. Second, the interior spaces where those red dots are, well, along every one of these, they've all been rearranged, how the apartments are actually laid out. In the places where the living rooms are on this south side, which is only in 3 of the units, rather than having the large picture windows that are often seen in the main living space, those windows have been replaced with high transom windows. Where the bedrooms exist, there still are, of course, larger windows for the egress purposes for fire code. But in the main living area where people spend most of their time, there are now those high transom windows, which will let in lots of light, allow these to still be really nice units. However, there won't be that so much of that direct line of sight into the neighboring development. Finally, traffic. Everyone always asks about traffic. There's a traffic impact study done in 2021. It was updated last year, and it did find that at total build-out, all the study intersections are anticipated to meet minimum operational thresholds. And it's these 5 that you can see up there, those 5 intersections that were studied. No additional improvements are needed to mitigate the local traffic conditions. We are, of course, going to put in for our share of the Caldwell traffic mitigation plan, which was a certain percentage, but of course that would also be paid. Before I close up here, okay, you asked the question just before I even step down on Hedecote Lane in excess of 150 feet. There is a picture or a map somewhere in the staff that's been provided to staff where this access, where the end was approved by, let me just scroll back up to a picture, where it was approved at the end here by the fire marshal, and he circled it and initialed it in red, and it has been provided to staff. So that has gone through their approval. And there was a review where they, further in response to your question, Commissioner Boutros, there was fire did also look at this access, and a study was done because it has to be at the access has to be at a certain diagonal through the site. And this really hits exactly where fire asked for the access to be, for the emergency access to be. And so that's why it is located here, and that's why we think it is the absolute best place for it to be. Just finally, and I know that Jeannie Fishburne is going to step up and speak about schools for a minute, but just briefly on schools, we all know that there have been, schools everywhere in the Treasure Valley recently have been overcrowded. It's difficult to estimate how many school-age children are going to be coming from any development with any accuracy. Of course, we do expect that there would be some children here. We do know that this last year, the prior year, that the legislature set aside quite a bit of money for funding, and this year I know they just approved $100 million to go directly towards building facilities and bonds and things of that nature. And so that is money that is out there that's going to be coming. The Fishburns are absolutely willing to do their fair part and pay their fair share to help with these school issues. But it's also important to recognize that it's developments like this that really fill this middle market niche that provide places for your teachers, for your firefighters, for your people that are really important community workers to come here and be able to live and work in the community in which they live. And with that, we're in agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval, and we would request approval on all of our applications.
Thank you.
I'll stand for any questions.
Awesome. So I will open up to questions for the applicant from commissioners. Commissioner
Did you
Boutros.
want to talk about support for Valley View or leave it to Jeannie?
Ms. Fishburne.
Commissioner Boutros, I know that they are planning on assisting in supporting the school district, but I do think I'll leave that. She's signed up for her 3 or 5 minutes later to speak to that.
I do have a question, particularly around the houses that are butting up against the single-family homes. Has there been consideration, or is there consideration for like shrubbery or trees or something like that to help create an additional buffer between the apartments and the homes?
Chairman Zamora, that's a great question, and we have looked at some of the ability to put more trees in there. The problem being that because it's the canal easement, it has to be that you can't put a lot of trees up against it. It has to be an open metal fencing so that they can come through there and burn, and so you can't put trees right up against that edge.
Can you go back to the picture with that you had up?
There are some trees. Let me go. The top one shows our best landscape rendering right here.
So just for my own, the single family, the homes are above the apartments, correct? So
the homes in question are
the 6
south
homes
of the apartments, and so where buildings 9 and 10 are on the bottom left, there's a sort of an irrigation or an empty space. Then there's 5 single-family lots. Then there's another sort of open space, and then there's 6 families, 6 homes. And so really the 5 homes are the 5 that are directly south of those 2 southernmost buildings. Those are the 2. And there has been, and I know that, and I believe that the Fishburns could also speak to that, but they have looked at putting in, there are a few trees there, and they can certainly look at increasing the landscaping along there and would do so as any condition of approval.
I'm sorry, I know you mentioned this earlier, but could you repeat, what is the distance from those southernmost buildings to those 5 lot lines?
Okay, to the 5 lot lines, it's 85 feet to our edge to the boundary. And then they have their additional distance to their home. And so the total distance then getting back from a home to a home, like a window to a window, is 135 feet or 125.
And correct, the buildings 9 and 10 that are down there, those are the ones without balconies, right?
Those are the ones without balconies, yes.
Additional questions for applicant from commissioners? All right. Well, thank you, and I will we'll go down those in favor. So up next is Justin Fishburne. And those following the applicant have no more than 5 minutes.
Chair and Commissioners, good evening. My name is Justin Fishburne, and I'm one of the owners of Lavender Crossing, along with my mom, Jeannie Fishburne. She's also the partner on this project. I wanted to thank you for your...
Real quick, will you read your address into the record?
I apologize. First time doing this.
You're good?
It's 1410 6th Street, Boise, 83702.
Perfect. Thank you. Continue.
No problem. I wanted to thank you for your time tonight and allowing us to present our project. I only have just a few brief comments. Our family history dates back 6 generations in Idaho. My great-great-grandparents came across in covered wagons and settled in Camas County. My mom, my partner, she graduated from Kuna High School. I graduated from Bora, and I spent my entire life growing up here. I did leave for a brief period of time to go to college and to serve 10 years as an active duty Marine overseas. My mom, my partner, and I, we spent the last 6 years working on small development projects here in the Treasure Valley, and all of our development team is also local. We're really excited for Lavender Crossing to bring it to Caldwell. We love that it provides needed housing. It doesn't create additional sprawl. It has high-end amenities and features. But most of all, that it makes the best use of the land and surrounding resources according to the city guidelines and the future growth plan. Those are all the comments I have. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, so up next is Penelope Constant. I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce it, so I'm not going to butcher it. So, but go ahead and come up and read your name and address into the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, good job on that. It's Penelope Constantikis, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. Part of my planning background is doing transportation planning, so I just wanted to provide a little bit of information on what I see when I look at the project and how it interfaces with the transportation system. One of the things that's ideal about putting higher density residential close to services and close to arterial roadways is that it really provides the residents with an easy way to obtain the services that they need. So I did a quick look at what was available from Ustick and Nampa Caldwell Boulevard east towards the site. There are so many restaurants. There's 2 food shopping sources. There's phone stores. There's hair cutting places. If you were to walk from this site along the path system that will be formalized when Alante finishes their path, you can be at Walmart in less than a mile. So I was excited about the fact that these residents would be able to bike or walk and get all these services. I think it's a great amenity on top of everything else. And then just from a planning perspective, the applicant has gone to a tremendous amount of effort to try and see everywhere that they could make this the finest project possible. And you've heard a lot of that from the applicant, the woman that was speaking earlier. So anyhow, it's a great location for transportation reasons, for accessibility to services, and it's just a great project overall. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to Jeannie Fishburne.
Chair and Commissioners, hello. I'm Jeannie Fishburne, and I'm one of the owners of the property. We
Would you
acquired
read your
the
address
property.
into the record, sorry?
My address, yes, 22990 Huckleberry Lane, and that's in Middleton, so I'm the next door neighbor. We acquired the property a couple of years ago, and we looked at it very specifically for a while. To find the right kind of a property when you do multifamily, it needs to be in the right spot, it needs to have the right zoning. You need to know what the city would like to see with that. And so we've worked on it a long time. We went through COVID, and you guys remember how difficult that was, and we went through a moratorium, and we had quite a few things that bounced us back over and over again. But anyway, we're glad to be here after a couple of years. And so as Penelope and Elizabeth have said, we've worked really hard on the property and thinking about really everything that we could do to, in fact, like in the 2 buildings at the bottom where we minimize the line of sight for the homes to the south, and the long walking path where elderly or young kids or whomever would have opportunity for a great deal of exercise there. There was a lot of variety in our project here. So, that's all I'm going to say about that part of it. We've gone over the rest of it. I just wanted to touch very briefly in regards to the, just some information on the school district. So we understand that the schools throughout the valley they have a lot of students, and it's the way it is, isn't it? And we're growing, and we continue to do that. We got out there and we tried to get ahead of it, and I approached the school district before we were ever approached by them, and we talked to them about their capacity and what was happening there, and the funds that they had available to them. And we volunteered. We heard what they had to say, and we volunteered to be a part of their donation program that they talked to us about. So we're happy to donate. We believe in education. And from there, I went and talked with our legislative representatives in the Caldwell area that the Valley View School District falls within, and we talked with each one of them specifically. So Jim Rice, who is a outgoing 6-time senator, spoke with him at length, and I talked with Senator Treacle when I was down at the Capitol building, and I also talked with Julie Yamamoto. We got some great feedback from them in regards to the fact that yes, there's some of the schools are crowded, but we also talked to the mayor, the city mayor of Caldwell. So we went to everybody and talked to them, and the advice that we were given is that Caldwell City needs housing, and they need this type of housing, and they still really need that, and we're continuing to grow, even though it's not as fast as it was before, and that these are the type of housing developments that we need that are really very nice and complement Caldwell. On top of that, you need to consider what's going on with the schools. And once again, like I said, the feedback that we got was that there are funds available. The legislature worked really hard on it this last year, $100 million. Now, that doesn't provide everything that every school needs, but the schools are going to be able to tap into that money to pay off their the bonds that they currently have and the loans that they currently have. And then on top of that, the governor spoke while I was at the Capitol talking with Senator Treacle, and he talked about the extra pool of money that they have, that after they get their bond paid off and they're out of debt, then this pool of money can serve as your bond. You can that can be the money for your bond, when you can go out and borrow again if you need to build more, if you need to build onto your schools, if you need to build a new school. And one of the things that the elementary school that we are in the district of, the elementary school has the capacity to build up, and they've not done that. In talking with Julie Yamamoto, who is a former, she was a former teacher, but she's also a former administrator at a school, and she gave some great advice. She said, you could certainly go up. You can't do that for first and second graders, but third graders on up are perfectly capable of going upstairs. And so one of the things that the schools have not utilized is their space to go up. And now that they've got extra funds for it, and we've got quite a few developments that are contributing to the school districts voluntarily, all those things are going to help mitigate the need for more money, the funds that they need to expand the schools in the Valley View School District. So that's all I have, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from, I know you were reserving a question, so.
Can you be more specific about how you're supporting Valley View's ability to increase capacity?
Well, and I say this very respectfully, it's actually not our responsibility, but I'll tell you what we're doing. It is the legislator's responsibility, completely. But with all the things I just told you that we've done to be proactive about it, in going to the representatives in this particular school district, going to the mayor, and then going to the school before we were ever approached and saying, like, we have 288 units, and they were asking a certain donation for each unit, each door, and we've agreed to that. It was $500 a door, and I wrote them a letter so that it was in writing and told them that we were happy to donate that. So, if the legislative body decides to put an impact fee on developments, there's impact fees that go to the fire department and to the police department, and if they come around and they decide that Jim Rice was really very helpful, and I'm not going to say all that he said to me, but sometimes there's more than meets the eye in regards to how the funds are being utilized. So if the legislative body decides that they are going to do impact fees for developers, well, maybe they should. I mean, we're a developer and we already have a lot of, expenses that are going to go along with this project, but that's the way it is when you do a project like this. There's expenses, and if one of them is contributing more to the school district, we're happy to do that, but it's not law right now, and probably the schools need to keep hammering on our legislators for that. So everything that we could do, that we were aware of, we have done to contribute to the school district. So
Thank you.
does that answer your question?
No, but with cause.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And our last individual signed up to speak in favor is Brandon McDougall.
Good evening, Brandon McDougall with Kimley Horn, address is 1100 West, Idaho Street in Boise. Civil engineer on the project, but did want to come up and just answer Commissioner Boutros' question as it relates to the fire turnaround off of Hydecott Lane and confirm what the city engineer, Rob McDonald, had indicated, that there is the hammerhead turnaround there that complies with what fire would need to turn around there. So here for any questions that are related to the civil engineering side if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you. All right, so we have a couple signed up to speak under neutral. So Robert McDougall. And again, these are no more than 5 minutes, please.
Robert McDougall, 5111 Ormsby Avenue, Caldwell, Idaho, 83607. I understand Caldwell's need for housing, and so I'm all for the development of housing and bringing in new homes for families to be here. There are some concerns that I have. I'm an educator, so I'm in education, and a lot of times it's not so much that money for buildings. I have more colleagues leaving the profession than I see colleagues coming in. And that's a concern when we're talking about education and stuff like that, having that. Another concern is it looks wonderful in their drawings and stuff, but what happens down the road, high density residential tends to go in disrepair quicker and faster than single family homes use. So just making sure that properties are upkept and stuff like that. So that's a concern. Sight lines are definitely a concern. I get to see the Boise foothills, now am I going to end up seeing, an apartment? So those are my things. I understand the need for housing in Caldwell, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Also signed up as neutral is Christina Walker.
Hi, I'm Christina Walker, 4419 Newbridge Street, Caldwell. So my house is one of those houses directly to the south in that rendering. And I've sort of been following along with this process for the past year and have appreciated some of the changes that seemingly were made on the behest of some of the residents nearby. There are still some concerns. I understand that legally this is rated R3, so it's high density. But to the east, south, and west, those are all single family residential homes. So this is going to be a big high density change in the middle of a lot of family homes. And because they're 3-story instead of what seemed to be the more traditional 2-story around Caldwell, the line of sight was always a very big deterrent for those of us who live with a 3-story apartment looking down into our yards. Also, that doesn't help our valuation of our homes. It also doesn't seem safe in a lot of ways to have people in apartments looking down on yards where children play. So there has been some work done on that. That was a total change from what was previously suggested. I am more on the east end of that drawing. So my home is kind of across from the parking lot. So, and also, and I mean this in both good and bad ways, thank goodness I have no young children in my house right now. So there's not that privacy issue for me personally, but I do very much appreciate their work to do the best that they can still make money. And also there's some attempt to make this safe for all the neighbors. I did want to continue to offer, so I understand that how this works essentially is a place goes in and then you handle the traffic around it. There's some concern for me about every building being considered, every building project, being considered individually. I'm wondering like what the cumulative effect is and when we address that. I was 10 minutes late getting here because it's 6 o'clock at night in Caldwell. My trip here took twice as long due to congestion. On Homedale, which is very near this drawing, traffic was backed up a mile between Midway and Lake for reasons of, I don't know. And then on Caldwell Boulevard, it was backed up again. And people don't move to places with that kind of congestion. You can have that congestion in a big city. So I think it's something worth considering. And then again, to speak to the same concerns that lots of people have spoken to about the schools. So the schools aren't just kind of overcrowded. They are incapable of taking more students. And all of the buildings that are being approved have families and children. So there is literally no place for them to go. And they've been working on this project for a year. So there's nothing to say that, yes, now that maybe there's some money available by the legislature, like poof, we will have new schools for all these kids coming in. There's literally no room at the end for these children. Valley View, that poor guy who keeps coming to these meetings and talking about how desperate they are. I think that's still an issue. So I know we're talking about this particular building project, and again, I have definitely appreciated what they have been able to do to make this as pleasant for everyone else as possible. But I do have concerns about our city and what kind of city it's going to be the more crowded we allow it to be without having some infrastructure in place, including schools.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I do think it's important, and I think for those that have questions on traffic, and the city engineer, they do look at it from a systems perspective. And so I think definitely if you have questions future, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, direct them directly to you, but certainly the city staff is knowledgeable about the impact of each individual thing to the system as a whole.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just address that briefly. I understand there is a lot of traffic right now, and to everybody that is here listening, we have several projects going on this year, and that is to keep up with the growth that the city has had. And so the engineering department is constantly reviewing the traffic system. We have a traffic master plan being conducted as we speak for the entire city so that we know what all the final build-out intersections are supposed to look like. And so we are constantly looking at that. Every development's required to do their own traffic impact study, and that helps us look at the microcosm of that development. But the city is constantly looking at the big picture to see what we need to do. And this summer, we have several USTIC projects going on, 3 roundabouts and a widening project from Lake all the way to the interstate. And so there is going to be quite a bit of congestion. And for that, we apologize, but we have to get it done sometime so that we have more capacity in the future. And so that's kind of the state of transportation.
And thank you. And I felt compelled to bring it up just because it is important. Traffic's important for all of us, and I just wanted to recognize the work that the city is doing to address that. So we'll move over to, there's a few people signed up to speak in opposition. Similar, no more than 5 minutes, please. And I have Clint Hamblin.
Hi, my name is Clint Hamblin, 4301 Newbridge Street, Caldwell. Before my 5 minutes starts, I wanted to bring up an issue I had. I came here a couple months ago. This was going to be on the docket, and it got pushed because they had to refile something about they had to have a community meeting. I was approached outside this building by somebody, and I was told, I mentioned that I never get the letters for community meetings. And I want to go to it, but I don't know when they are. And I was told I will get the letter. Oh, you'll know when the community meeting is. Well, about a month ago, I was outside playing basketball with my kids, and Christina Walker drove by and let me know that the meeting happened 2 weeks before. I never received a letter about a community meeting. My wife and I went to all 6 houses. You won't see it on the map because they don't draw it on there. South on Newbridge. Went to every one of the houses. None of them knew about a community meeting. My question is, why? Maybe because we're the ones that are the most affected? Basically, I want to know who was responsible for letting me know to come to a meeting.
So, sir, this is to address that. We certainly, I think that's a fair question that maybe we can ask in the rebuttal, but your 5 minutes is to direct.
Problem is I never get a chance. I never get an answer. I'm sitting back there and I never get a rebuttal then.
Yeah, and I hear you, and this isn't the appropriate forum for that.
Okay.
But you're certainly.
So just so you know, I never got a meeting about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I moved here in 2021. I love my community. My kids, they have great friends. I've become good friends with all my neighbors. And a lot of the issues is, when I bought the house, I looked at the property behind and I was like, they're going to build back there at some point. But when I look all directions, I see single-family homes. I see subdivisions. Nowhere in my mind did I think, oh, 3-story apartments right behind my house. Like, that wouldn't even cross my mind. To me, that was crazy. What's it called? They're talking about the property to the north, the Alante homes. Those are still going to be 2-story. I was here at that meeting, and those aren't going to be 3-story. The only 3-story will be right in the middle of all these communities. I'm also frustrated looking at this map. If you look to the south, buildings 9 and 10, they don't show my house. They show the houses to the east on Ormsby, but to the south, they don't show my house because of how close those apartment buildings will be looking down on my property. They say 125 feet. I measured it. That is not my property line to that house is less than 90 feet. You ever play baseball or watch a game? That's home plate to first base. That's ridiculous. I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old daughter. And now I'm going to have them playing outside, and I'm going to have some guy in his 3rd-story bedroom with his big window, because legally he's not allowed to have it up high, just being able to look down. My privacy is gone. The other 6 houses on that, next to me, gone, my neighbors. We've all talked. It's crazy that we're thinking about that. And then I look and I see that they've changed the east side of the property and they've pushed that back, which is nice. But I'm noticing that the other one won't be pushed. And I know why. It's money. They could do a whole new design and not put the apartments, basically making my house a shadow of their apartments. But it's all about money. It's ridiculously close. Another issue I got is the traffic. The traffic's already bad. It's going to get worse. Road rage is going to get worse. When you go out on Homedale and Caldwell, they're already building a new 4-story and 3-story apartments right there on the corner. Those are being built now. When they talk about needing to house firefighters, teachers, this and that, well, can't they move in there? Directly across from our subdivision, brand new houses being built. When I try to get to work at the Boise airport now, it's almost like playing expert level Frogger trying to make a left out of my subdivision. I can't even imagine once these other apartments are built, the houses are completed, and then they want to do the apartments directly behind me. The traffic is going to be awful. Another issue we have is the schools. My kids attend Skyway.
That's your 5 minutes. I'll let you finish your quick thought.
Okay, my kids attend Skyway. It is already overcrowded. I made a comment here in front of the council one time about how many modular classrooms are we going to put on our kids' playgrounds? How much space are we going to take up? We're out of room, and we're just going to start taking away more on their field. And I remember making a comment. I think it was the Alante Homes. They were going to donate $100,000, and I was like, "That's nothing for schools." And he made a smart aleck comment about, "Well, I wouldn't scoff at $100,000." Well, $100,000 is a lot of money to me. For the schools, that barely pays for a modular room. And then what about rent and maintenance and everything else?
Thank you, Mr. Hamblin.
Is that it?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Well, one last point?
Sorry, I gave you a little extra time. Sorry.
All right. Well, I moved from
appreciate
California. Don't turn it into California.
Up next is Terry, asked to keep the meeting in order. Terry Haddock. Hancock, I'm sorry.
Hi, thanks for having this. I've not done this before, so I'm a little nervous.
You're good. Name and address into the record, please.
Terry Hancock, and I reside at 4502 Bainbridge Street, Caldwell, Idaho, 83607. So I'm in the Weston Point neighborhood just south of this subdivision, and I'm one street over south of Newbridge. So I definitely feel for my neighbors. Some things, so I can say that I had more prepared, but seeing that they're not trying to go through the cutoff by Newbridge does give me a lot of relief, because our neighborhood, and like Mr. Hamlin said, the traffic is insane. It is like playing Frogger to make a left turn, and it doesn't seem to matter what time of day it is. I don't work a traditional job, so I'm not out there at 7:38 in the morning trying to make a left turn, but I might be out there at 10 a.m., 11, noon, 1, and I'm shocked at how much traffic there is. And the other lady that spoke about the backup to Lake is on point. I got home at 5:20 today, and I could barely turn on to Hargrove because it was backed up clear from Lake to Hargrove Street. And then we were 10 minutes late getting here, just like someone else said, because when we went to pull out, we came out on Lansdowne. Traffic was still insane, so we actually had to take Celeste across, went down to the highway, went down to Farmway, and came around to get here, because that was the only way that traffic was actually moving along, and not just more or less a parking lot. So I just want to let you know that I know you're working on it. I do want to chat with you later. But it really would, I don't think it's as smooth as these folks think. They probably don't live there. I did call Valley View School District and did ask them about their capacity, because I wanted to hear it from them. And they said that the only school in their district is Skyview Elementary that has any room for a modular. They said that's the only school in Valley View that has any room right now. After that, they're out of room for modulars. So, Mr. Hamlin, I did check on that as well. And one of the things that I also noticed is they have 55 positions open in the Valley View School District that they're trying to hire for, and 14 of them are for teacher positions. And so I wanted to know, why do we have so many teacher positions, considering, we're capacity, like, well, what's going on? And he said that they get a lot of inquiries with Valley View. It's had a good reputation. But when they offer a teacher, how would you like to work in a modular unit? They say, no thanks, and they go check somewhere else, because They don't want to work in a modular unit without a bathroom and, as he put it, shoddy heating and cooling. And then the other thought was, or the other thing he mentioned that teachers have said is with 2 failed bond levies, that tells teachers that people aren't willing to invest in this school district. And that also is a big, red flag for teachers, is what the school district person that I talked to told me. So, food for thought. Another thought that I wanted to mention is the shopping. They did mention it's near a Walmart and a grocery outlet, but if you've shopped at that Walmart anytime recently, about a third of the shelves are empty. It's very difficult to find everything you're looking for on your list because it is a very, very heavily traveled Walmart. We do have a neighborhood Walmart further down on Ustick, but it's just, small grocery store. We have 2 Albertsons. I personally, no offense, call them the redheaded stepchildren because compared to some of the other Albertsons in the valley, they are very dumpy. And we don't have a lot of shopping in Caldwell. And I did talk to someone with the city about that and with retail recruitment, and he said that, they're working on it. They frequently ask Fred Meyer and they ask Albertsons and other ones to try to, come to Caldwell to build something in our valley or in our little pond, and it's just been really difficult. And he said that a lot of people that work elsewhere shop elsewhere and, bring their stuff back to Caldwell. And I do it some, but mostly because I love Fred Meyer in Boise and I hate the Fred Meyer in Nampa because I think it's really not very nice. But I love shopping in Caldwell. I want to be able to eat, shop, do all my stuff in Caldwell. I love our community, and it's just disappointing that we're adding more and more homes and
That was our time, so I'll let you finish your
sorry.
sentence.
We're just adding more and more dwellings, but I don't see the rest of it catching up. So that's my concern.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
I have a question for you.
Oh.
So if we put in condition for building 9 and 10 to be 2 stories instead of 3 stories, would you feel that that is amenable for you guys? The 6 houses at the south?
I think we can have the individual at the podium answer, but we can't ask.
Yeah, just for you specifically, because you're one of the homeowners, right?
I'm not on Newbridge. I'm one street over, but I also have concerns. I think it would probably give them a lot of peace of mind, but you would have to ask the 2 that actually talked earlier specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next is Ryan Peterson. Okay, so in opposition but not want to speak. All right, let me double check. So that's everybody who signed up with their allotted time. So at this point, I will ask the applicant could come back up for a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Elizabeth Kekritz, Givens Persley, 601 Bannock, still. Just a few points here. First, all notification procedures were in fact followed. The letter was sent to the Hamblin's address. That the city provides the list of property owners and addresses. That is pulled from the assessor's website. It was sent to the Hamblin's address on their California address. Apparently, it has not been updated in the assessor's website, and so they did not receive that notice, or they have not yet received it. It seems like it would eventually be forwarded, but the current address showing in the assessor's website does show them being in California.
Sir.
However.
Sir.
Just to touch on a couple other points. First, to the extent it was not clear, the Fishburnes have, Commissioner Boutros agreed to pay the $500 per door for this development. Also, one thing that they had talked about before, and I believe actually had mentioned in speaking with Mr. Hamblin in person, and they would be willing to extend this to some of the other homeowners, Although they are tight on space on their side for trees, if those homeowners were interested in some additional trees on their property, they could certainly assist in providing and working with them and making sure that at least some of that was mitigated somewhat more. It probably won't be to their full desired extent ever, but they absolutely would be willing to work with them and provide some trees along there. As to safety concerns, there is along this entire border, and on the southern border especially, it is a wrought iron fence. It's a 6-foot tall wrought iron fence. There is no crossing back and forth across the canal at this location. It's just quite simply, it's just not possible. And so as far as any of those concerns go, it's not going to be happening here. There are always concerns and discussions about the cumulative traffic effects. One of the big things going on with this development, which maybe I can find a better picture, is that Laster Lane is going to extend. It's part of the Alante subdivision's approvals, and it's one of the very first things they have to do, that they're slated to do this fall, is they are extending Laster Lane over across the canal, and it will connect out to Cleveland to the east. They are ready to go on that. Let me look for a better picture. There's got to be one in here somewhere. But now I can't get the mouse to work.
You're on my other screen.
What? In any event, I can. Okay. They're currently working on those plans. I think you can see it may be better in one of these, where it comes out up here. They are working on those plans. The issue is, of course, always, now my cursor's just moving. The issue is always, of course, that you're not allowed to do any work in the canals during the water season. The water season starts May 15th. They shut it back off again on November 1st, but they are intending on, and I believe they've met with staff quite a bit recently talking about this, on getting in there and having everything ready to go so that it will be extended as soon as possible, as soon as the water is shut back off. Our traffic impact studies anticipate that of the traffic coming out of here, in the morning, 60% are going to be going east out to Cleveland, and the other 40% will be going west, and then dividing up, going north and south from there. And then in the evening, it's almost the same split coming back in. It's another 63% coming in from Cleveland, which would leave 63% coming in, 27% coming in off of Lake from the other side. And so they do try to really consider the cumulative effects. I know the city's also been working on this. But for what this development is, it is still a really good location, a really good place for this. It's right on the Boise-Caldwell Express bus line, and it is within walking distance to all sorts of other things that's going on in this area. And it especially will be once Laster Lane's extended and as that Alante subdivision gets developed with pathways through.
Thank you. Any final questions for the applicant?
Yeah, a couple. Do you guys have a price estimate? So normally fourplexes or duplexes would be less than a single story to rent from. Do you guys have a price?
Commissioner Larson, could you explain, like, are you talking about what our rentals would be, or?
So either you're going to rent or sell out parts of those buildings. Do you guys have price estimates? I don't have price estimates on that. The entire property is being platted as, now I've lost the cursor. It's being platted as one large lot, and so it would all be, all of the units, it would all be sold as one, the entire development, all 12 units, or not at all, or be held with one owner. And then each of these individual units, it's not going to be a condominium or a townhome. It really is multifamily complex, townhome complex, multifamily apartment complex. Okay. And then a couple other things. The HOA, is that and are the requirements
or the owners are planning on doing the HOA?
And so because it's a multi-family development, there isn't, with just one owner, there isn't an HOA in the same respects as there would be if there were a lot of different if there were different owners. Instead, there's the ownership entity, which in this case will ultimately become some combined entity of the father-son duo here. And then there will be a management company that's hired to do all of the whatever various conditions, all the upkeep, all the management, all that sort of stuff.
Okay. And then last question, did you guys, I guess does this connect to the Cougar Pathway? So the street does go to other amenities around. Does it connect to the Cougar Pathway?
Commissioner Larson, I'm going to have to defer on that question. I don't believe that we know that answer.
Okay.
We don't have any, other than we do have all the connectivity where we attach into Alante Springs. We connect out onto Laster, and to the extent that that connects to different places, we would be connected. But I don't know as far as to the south or directly to the west or the east, other than that.
Okay. And then the last question is merely a thought. Did you guys contemplate putting like a restaurant or a coffee shop inside instead of a house to have, or instead of another complex, to have some of those people stay in the building area so they wouldn't cause traffic going other places?
What we do have in the community lounge, oftentimes developers, and I don't know that they've specifically discussed this, they oftentimes do have like a coffee lounge and a coffee bar, and when you get up and you go to work in the morning, there's coffee right there, or when you walk your dog, there's coffee around there. That regularly happens in these complexes, in these nicer complexes these days. I don't know specifically that there would be here in this one, but I know that's something that we'd certainly consider and contemplate.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from commissioners? I'm curious, and maybe I'll volley this to staff, just in regards to the Cougar Pathway, if there's connectivity to that, or if there's an extension.
Thank you, Chair and Commission. With that, I don't remember exactly if it is the Cougar Pathway. I know the Alante Homes did have to do their regional pathway. There is a right-of-way parcel that disconnects Lavender and where the pathway would be, so there will be no connection through this development rather than the sidewalk that connects to Alante Homes, which then will connect to the pathway. So through sidewalks, there should be a connection from both developments to the pathway via Alante Homes.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions?
Well, and also, I mean, and to your question, and I'll ask you, and rents will be at market value at time of completion, correct?
That is correct, yes. These are all market
Yeah.
rate residences.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we're at the point of the process in which I would entertain a motion to close public testimony.
I make a motion to close public testimony.
Thank you. There was a motion for Commissioner Harmon. Is there a second?
I do want to have you guys come back for one more. If we were to ask the bottom two, 9 and 10, to be 2 stories.
You're going to have to address the motion. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. You could either die if there's no second.
Yeah.
So no second. So are you asking the applicant
Yeah,
to
can the applicant come back up?
come back up?
Sorry, Chair. If we made a requirement for 9 and 10 to be 2 stories instead of 3 stories, would the developer be amenable to that?
I believe that they would certainly consider it, and we would go back and look at it. But if that is what it would take to get a recommendation of approval, I'm sure that they would be looking hard at that and ready to present something like that to the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now I would entertain a motion, just to clarify for the record that there was no second, so that last motion died. But I would entertain a motion now to close public testimony.
I'll try it again. I'll make a motion to close public testimony.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Harmon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second for Commissioner Larson. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have closed public testimony, so now this is the point where we as a commission get to dialogue before we attempt any action.
Well, I think this has been kind of coming on most of these is the three-story part for houses looking down. I do like that, how you guys did change the look on those at the back to help the neighbors. And I also appreciate that, you're willing to actually put some landscaping on their property to help with that and the tree part too. I mean, I think you guys are showing a hand of, of helping out too. So that would be my comment.
Thank you. Others?
Go ahead.
I'm still uncomfortable with the overall access into this property. Right now, it looks like a single access that goes out to Laster Lane. My recollection is when this came before the hearing examiner a year ago, he was very much concerned about that, and it did not look like there were any other viable access routes. He concerned himself at that time greatly with the width of that single access, and his concern was that that single access could be blocked. Maybe I can direct my comment. No, we can't ask the planning. Okay.
For point of order?
Ask staff, yeah. So are you satisfied for the number of housing units and the configuration of that single access that it's adequate?
Director Collins.
Chair and Commissioner Boutros, we've had these conversations in several of our meetings with developments. And what happens with the fire department is you're only required a second access point after a certain number of dwelling units are in the development. And so with the Atlante Homes moving forward with their construction adjacent to this one, we will be looking as we're issuing those building permits to make sure that we do not exceed the number of permits out there until that second access is in place.
I'm sorry. I wasn't asking about the second access. On the primary access, at that time, it was narrow. Is it wide enough now to ensure that if a car blocks it, that all access is not blocked?
So, thank you. We're just checking to confirm the width of that road. If it's wide enough to meet fire access requirements, then that would be wide enough for two cars to be able to pass each other. If one car happened to break down, then theoretically you'd still be able to get cars around it, but that would certainly present an issue. Yep. So the width is 27 feet, which is wide enough for two lanes of traffic.
I also had a concern about a very high density development in the middle of others. And when I looked at the zoning, and it looked like it was the same zoning as the northern part, the Atlante subdivision, and we heard testimony tonight that Atlante is only going up 2 stories. That makes this development taller than everything around it. I believe since it is existing zoned for R3, that there's no impediment to you doing the 3-story, but it made me feel a little bit better about it when Commissioner Larson brought up the potential of changing those buildings 9 and 10 to 2 stories. I think that makes a better fit to the neighbors around you, and we may take some action in that regard. The last item, and the reason
Can I jump in? I just want clarification to a point from staff. So is it true the Atlante is 2-story? Because I think we heard testimony kind of anecdotally, so I would like to get that from staff.
Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. They are
Thank you.
2-story.
Thanks for that. With regard to, So I was asked if my question about Valley View support had been answered, and I said no, but with cause, because we are one step removed from the details of what's happening. Our charter is to ensure that the school has capacity. How they achieve that is what keeps us one step away. The latest letter that we got from Valley View is dated April 4th, and I'm not clear that any arrangement that has been made solves the problem for Valley View. And we also heard testimony tonight about the extreme congestion at Valley View. This remains a problem. It's a problem that is unsolvable until such time as Valley View is able to procure more property and the funds to build schools. And then, of course, they have to staff the schools. They need salaries and all of that. We're running up against a very serious tipping point where at some point the fire code is not going to allow Valley View to put any more children in their buildings. I don't talking about building up instead of out is very much a function of whether or not a structure was designed to accommodate building up. A lot of structures simply cannot happen. They would have to be torn down and new structures put up that were designed to carry the loads to go up 3 stories or 4 stories, whatever it would take. So we have a very difficult problem in that the state legislature passed laws that made it the responsibility between the public utility entities like the school district and the planning and zoning process, which is us, to ensure that the schools have capacity. So one may hypothesize, and we have been in discussions with the city attorney on whether or not approving a subdivision when we know there is no capacity is complying with the law. We are not clear yet on that.
Sure. I hear you, and I don't disagree. I think that my reflection on this process is that we engage in a calculus of various factors, right? So, and school districts is a factor in that, and then I would, and the public testimony, all of that are components of it. So I hear you. I'm leery of to say that any one thing is the thing necessarily, at least calling out up front that one thing is going to kind of be the end all be all, I think creates a problematic approach for me. So that's just kind of my response to that discussion, but not to say that it's not relevant. Certainly it's relevant. And so are many other components to that process. Commissioner Larson, do you have anything
I
you
was
want to
just
add?
going to have the staff verify again that, Robin, you said that Idaho needs 10,000 more houses, or Caldwell needs 10,000? There's some number you brought up at the last meeting. I can't remember exactly what it was.
It was 22,000 houses in the valley. We're short.
And is that Canyon County?
Valley. The valley.
Yeah, Chair and Commissioners, it is the Valley. They have specifically spoke more about not just single-family homes, but needing a diversity of housing options that are more affordable to the community, and also that middle housing or that workforce housing, which is, as Elizabeth had explained, it really is truly for your school teachers, your firemen, your police officers, your even your retail workers that just can't necessarily afford a single-family home or choose not to, as we see the trends changing nowadays where people want less maintenance and they really want to spend more money on experiences. We are seeing more people wanting to move into multifamily dwelling units.
Thank you.
And I believe with interest rates going up, you're putting a lot of people out of that single-family housing market right now.
And then I would say just kind of my comments, I echo some of what I'm hearing here. I think a few points that were brought up to me that I would like the commission to consider, particularly for conditions that I heard that I wrote down was, I think it sounds like it would be appropriate because they're kind of in that spot that there would be a signed condition, a condition of a signed and recorded easement between the the two, Lanterre, and Lavender Crossing. So that was the one that I heard that it sounds like at least addresses some of the, marginally so, but some of the testimony that was addressed here, that's provided to us. Additionally, I heard that there is some capacity, there may be limited so, but I would like to consider increased shrubbery and trees, particularly around where they're facing some of the single-family homes. And I certainly wouldn't, as a third point, be opposed to considerations that were brought up about two-story buildings. So that's kind of my discussion, and I agree that there's a need. So it's how do we find a mutually amenable experience?
To be a little bit more specific on the two-story, were you talking only about buildings 9 and 10 on the south side, or in general? Just specify.
For me, I was kind of on the south side, but I certainly, as a commission, we would make a recommendation to council, would entertain a variation of that, whether it's all or just those specifically. And that's for me personally, for my vote. Any other discussion?
I think you hit on those pretty good.
So with that, I think we have our motions the way that we need to read it, and then certainly we customize it based on what we want to add. So at this point, hearing no other discussion, I would entertain some motions.
I move that based on the testimony and evidence and record in this matter, and upon the findings of facts and conclusions of law set forth herein, do hereby determine and move as follow. The request for AN 23-000007 to annex parcel R3247801 000 and R324870000 with the proposed R3 high-density residential zoning designation to include approval of development agreement is recommended for approval, subject to conditions of approval as presented, as well as buildings 9 and 10 being two-story developments. And the request for sub 23-000004 for a special use permit for Lavender Crossing to multifamily residential community with 288 multifamily residents spreading throughout 12 separate buildings is approved, subject to the conditions of approval as presented and or amended.
Just point of order, excuse me, would you entertain the additional shrubbery and then the sign easement between the two?
Yes, I would. Yes, I'm fine with adding that we could add shrubbery, or we would. I would say it as we communicate to those 6 buildings whether they would like shrubbery.
And this was specifically for the shrubbery on the complex side that I was.
Yeah, the south portion.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think it should be as a communication to the adjacent homeowners, but rather just as a condition that shrubbery shall be planted on the south side near the wrought iron fence. Or actually what the applicant had offered was to plant the shrubbery on the private property across the canal. Is that?
I think there was 2 things that were both agreeable, but this is your motion, so.
Yeah, I was saying that we could ask, it would be that they would have an option to pay for shrubbery for the 6 houses on their plots. So if they wanted shrubbery, that it would be part of the condition. Those private 6 houses would have the option to have shrubbery paid for, so they could have 2-story houses, 8, 9, and 10 building, as well as shrubbery on their private lot, because if they can't have it too close to canal.
I'm not sure that that's still worded correctly, but
I feel like I understand what that motion is saying.
You do. I just want to make sure that it's recorded as something that is appropriately binding, so that the developer or the applicant agrees to plant shrubbery on the adjacent private homes on the south side if the homeowner requests and provides permission for that. Is that a better way to phrase it?
Chair and Commissioners, I think that's fine. I just want to confirm, is that only between building 9 and 10 and the adjacent homeowners? It's not along that whole side?
No.
Because they've already moved those other buildings
Yeah, because
Oh,
they did move those
So just building 9 and 10, correct?
Yes.
So,
So did that capture, excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice now. Your motion, so the motion was conditions as outlined, additionally, two-story,
9 and 10.
9 and 10, and then option for
Shrubbery on the-
shrubbery for the private homeowners outside of, around 9 and 10.
Yes.
Okay. With that, is there a second? I will second this motion. So, roll call, please.
Larson,
Yes.
Zamora,
Yes.
Harmon,
Yes.
Luther.
no.
Motion carries. All right. So with that,
Need to do the special use permit.
I think that was done in that motion. You read both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
We
they
put
were,
it in there.
yeah. So with that, I'm going to close public testimony on this, and we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, everyone. So we're moving on, so I'm going to open the public hearing specifically for case number AN 2200000026, CPM 22000011, ZON 22000013, and SUB 22000043, Midland Meadows subdivision, a request by Mary Wall on behalf of the Parkland Development LLC to annex parcel 34118000000, approximately 39.21 acres, with a proposed split zoning designation of R1 low density residential on the portion north of Lincoln Road, and R2 medium density residential on the portion south of Lincoln Road, and a request for the rezone of parcel R34119000000 from R1 low density to R2 medium density residential, to include the approval of a development agreement associated with ANN 22000026 and ZON 22000013. Concurrently, the applicant is requesting a comprehensive plan map amendment to add the north portion of parcel R3411, I'm going to repeat that, parcel R34118000000, approximately 17.9 acres on the city's comprehensive plan map area with a LDR, low density residential comprehensive plan future land use map designation, and a comprehensive plan map amendment to change the future land use map designation of parcel R34119000000 and the south portion of R34118000000 and LDR, low density residential, to MDR, medium density residential, to include resolution 4322 associated with CPM 22000011, and a request for the approval of a preliminary plat for an approximately 80.71 acres development consisting of 266 residential lots and 26 common lots for Midland Meadows subdivision. Midland Meadows is proposed to be developed in 3 phases. The subject site is located in the northwest corner and southwest corner of Midland Boulevard and Lincoln Road in Caldwell, Idaho. All right, with that, staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you is case ANN 22000026, ZON 22000013, CPM 22000011, and SUB 22000043 for Midland Meadows. And you have been presented with a late exhibit from Franklin Ditch Company. It is a letter that also includes their bylaws and rules, and we will get to that later on. The project location is 80.9 acres located north of the lower 5-mile drain and west of Midland Boulevard. The applicant proposing parcel R34118000000 be annexed into the city with a split zone of the north of Lincoln Road being R1 low density residential and the south of Lincoln Road being R2 medium density residential. The applicant is concurrently proposing the rezone of parcel R34119000000 from R1 to R2 The applicant is also requesting a comprehensive plan amendment to include north of Lincoln Road of parcel R 34118000000 in the boundaries of Caldwell's future land use map with the designation of low-density residential. Also to change the land use designation of south of Lincoln Road and parcel R 34119000000 from low-density to medium-density residential, along with the approval of a preliminary plat for a single-family residential subdivision. Before you are photos of the subject parcels. This is the preliminary plat for 266 single-family lots with larger lots to the north and smaller, more dense to the south. A traffic impact study has been performed and reviewed by the City of Caldwell's Engineering Department. The code requires 6% open space, and they're providing 10%, equaling about 7.6 acres of qualifying open space. The applicant is compliant with the landscaping, land use separation, pathway, and parking requirements. Here are some elevations for potential models of those single-family homes. The proposed development is surrounded by county agriculture to the north, low-density residential and county ag to the south, residential estate and county ag to the east, and low-density residential and county ag to the west. The proposed comp plan designation is currently low-density, but the approval of the comp plan amendment, the site would be both low-density residential and medium-density residential, which would be consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan, and the proposed densities are in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Utilities are and will be provided to serve the proposed site and are or will be adequate to accommodate the proposed development. Public agencies were noticed and asked to provide comments. The agencies that did comment with concern, Idaho Department of Transportation says they did not have time to be able to review the traffic generation numbers. Canyon Highway District Number 4 says that they also were unable to review and were not able to incorporate their comments at this time, yet the city engineers have reviewed these numbers. Franklin Ditch Company, as I said, that is a late exhibit that you have before you, includes a letter to just consider and follow the provided bylaws and rules to ensure accessible water for consumers. And then Valley View originally did send a letter in opposition, but since worked out an agreement with the developer, sending in a second letter and that agreement in writing. And then we received one public comment from Sunrock, which has a plant right to the north of this property. This letter is in support of the development and states that they would like to see buffering between the gravel pit to the north and the development, which is something that staff has included in the conditions. Staff finds that the request is in compliance with the city code and is in conformance with the comp plan. Staff recommends that if council approves the request, that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And I stand for questions.
Thank you. I guess my first question is, help me understand, this is the first time in the couple years I've been on the commission that I've seen where agencies were sent a pretty strongly worded the highway district letter that they just didn't have enough time, that they had 3 business days to address that. So I'm curious as to kind of how that happened.
Chairman and Commissioners, we did receive an email from Canyon Highway District. They did state they thought they were given 3 days to review it. We actually did send that notice to them over 30 days prior. Don't know if it got lost in the email to them or what happened. So we resent it to them a second time. By the time we resent it, they had 3 days. However, because this meeting is simply to get a recommendation to council, they still have all the way up until city council to provide their comments for that final approval.
Thank you. Questions for the staff report from commissioners?
I have some questions.
Commissioner Boutros.
Currently, the comprehensive plan is low-density residential. The applicant is asking for the portion north of Lincoln Road to remain low-density residential. Considering the congestion concerns expressed both by Idaho Transportation Department and Canyon Highway District 4, as well as the school issue, which I'll talk more about in a minute, why wouldn't we keep the southern portion of this development at low-density residential? That is, to not change the comprehensive plan. So at the last hearing, there was a discussion similar to this, and the topic was the Compass Group makes recommendations on housing units. This is where the 22,000 housing units across the entire valley came from. There's many housing units have been provided in Caldwell and the neighboring area, Nampa and Caldwell. Have we done our part? And does that desire for more housing units trump the comprehensive plan? So the Compass recommendations do not go through the same sort of validation process that the comprehensive plan does. As was noted, it takes a long time to make changes to the comprehensive plan. It goes through numerous reviews and public comment times. If that is the case, it doesn't seem like the Compass recommendations would trump or overcome the comprehensive plan.
I might just start, and then I'll ask staff. So one, I don't. This is a decision by the applicant and the owner to submit this request, and so I don't think it's the staff doing it. It's the request, and so that's part of our dialogue. Is we get to make a recommendation decision based on what the staff, or excuse me, what the applicant wants to do with the land that they own. So I just want to add that initial clarification, and then if you would like to add.
I just need one clarification
Sure.
too. And the highway district didn't say they disagreed with, they just didn't have time to review it, correct?
The statement from Canyon Highway District 4 was surprisingly strong.
Yeah,
I'll let staff.
I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah.
Commissioner, yes, that is correct. It pretty much was stating that they have to be in opposition at this time due to not being able to review it.
Just because they didn't review it.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then if you have any additional commentary in regards to the comp plan amendment.
Yeah, Chair and Commissioners, Chair Zamora was 100% correct. The applicant is the one requesting that. We're just here presenting to you at this time.
So I think that's a fair question that can be asked to the applicant here in a moment.
And pretty much from our stance, we don't see a concern from our side of things looking at factually.
Additional questions for staff?
When will the right time be to review what the accommodation for Sunrock's concerns with regard to noise? As they stated, it's a 24/7 gravel operation. I would be very much interested in seeing that. Would the applicant present that information?
Chair and Commissioner, again, there is a condition in there that they will have to meet that landscape buffer, but other than that, they may be able to touch on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other commissioners? If not, I would ask John Brecken to come on up, and he signed up. As a representative, correct? Okay, thank you. So applicant has no more than 10 minutes.
John Brecken, Brecken Land Design, 6661 North Glenwood Street. I have a short presentation to hopefully add a little more detail and answer questions. All right, this is just the beginning tile sheet, shows a little graphic of some nice landscaping, and we look forward to providing a quality product and project to add to the city of Caldwell. We've enjoyed working with the planning and engineering staff since the fall of '21, and have worked through numerous renditions and concepts of this plan to get to this point. We also have with us tonight our staff engineer and a representative of the developer, Taylor Merrill, and Westpark Companies has a long history of successful projects. One was Castle Peak, you may be familiar with, another subdivision within the city limits, and it has some similarities with this project.
Oh, can you raise your mic a little bit? Maybe that'll help.
Can you hear me now?
Better, yeah.
All right, you bet. Sorry about that. Castle Peak subdivision has a lot of similarities with this project in that at the time it was built, we had to do a lot of work with the city to extend utilities to the site, and you'll see that we have those sorts of things going on this project as well. Can I flip the slides here? So here's just a little overview showing a little broader footprint of the area, the project site and its location. Middleton Road to the west, which is a key point, as that's where utilities will be extended from. This is just a little graphic, speaks to the comp plan and the change that we're looking for. You can see there on the graphic to the right that the project site, its adjacency to City of Middleton impact area, and there's just that little north piece that we're requesting would be annexed and would require the comp plan amendment. And this is a graphic that shows adjacency to city limits and where we're located there, as well as current zoning that's adjacent. So this graphic here, yes, sir.
Old eyes.
Are you just asking him to pause?
I'm trying to read the legend. I cannot.
Well, the graphic on the right is just a enlargement of the bigger plan that shows the entire city, and just so you can kind of see where we're at. The property to the north of Lincoln Road is, like we're talking about, staff mentioned, is to be R1. We're requesting R1, the low density. And then the property to the south of Lincoln Road. Lincoln Road kind of bisects that northeast corner kind of at an angle. And so that south of Lincoln Road would like to be the R2. And so regarding that density question, it should be noted that that was a feature that was worked with staff very diligently. We went through, I'd say, between 5 and 10 concepts to get to where we are today. There's quite a variety of lot sizes within that zoning. Here's a slide speaks to schools. You can see where existing schools are further to the south. Here's our latest letter and agreement with the school district, trying to be team player and a good neighbor and support the school district in their effort. Schools are a challenge throughout the state due to the way that funding is procured. However, as such, we'd like to have an agreement in place with the school district to support them and provide $1,000 per building permit. This shows emergency services. Response time is always a concern, and we're actually very close to Middleton as well, so as you can see here. Here's a graphic that shows the proposed development. It is to be a very walkable and pedestrian-friendly community. A variety of amenities and open space that weave through the site. Some of those amenities include a multi-sport court, a tot lot, pickleball court, and then generous green space. This slide speaks to water infrastructure, which we've been working with the engineering department very diligently to come up with a game plan that will work for everyone. We've also coordinated with our neighbors to the south, Brighton and Toll Brothers, in order to make sure that what we work will dovetail with their future plans. There's a new city well that went in recently on the west side. You can see that we'll need to extend the water from that new well under the canal over and then through the site, down Lincoln Road, and then to the south on Middleton Road to a connection point. So there's quite a substantial infrastructure improvement that'll be required to realize the project. This kind of reflects some of the discussions. It's not exact. These discussions with engineering have continued to progress, and the latest has been to they've agreed to allow us to extend those water trunk lines through the property instead of just simply right down the major arterials. Oops. This slide speaks to sewer. We have a similar situation with sewer connection point being on Middleton Road over at the Mandalay Ranch subdivision, and we'll require well, let me back up. The sewer master plan is to ultimately extend a sewer trunk line from the west on Lincoln Road over to the site. As part of the project, we would install a piece of that trunk line and extend it through our project, and then until that time in which the trunk line is connected further to the west, we would build a lift station and have a force main that would then extend down Lincoln Road and along Middleton Road over to the Mandalay Ranch subdivision. We'd also provide or have coordinated the connections of sewer and water to our neighbors to the south. Part of our improvement requirements is laid out in the staff report is to improve Lincoln Road with an 80-foot right-of-way. Midland would dedicating right-of-way for a half section.
That's your 10 minutes. I'll let you just kind of finish up the slide, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, and as well as plans for a roundabout at Lincoln Road and Midland. And then we're also to provide cost sharing for other transportation improvements. That location has not been designated at this time, but those conversations have been had with Canyon County Highway District as well as ITD in order to coordinate those efforts. We've put in a lot of time with the Highway District in the past, specifically speaking with Lenny over there to make sure that the roundabout is in the correct location per city engineering.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So at this point, I'll open up to questions for the applicant from the commissioners. Commissioner Boutros.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In the agreement with Valley View, a page was missing from your slides.
Was there a specific point you wanted to highlight?
Yeah. That page shows that the funds are not going to be directly used to meet statutory requirements, but will be used to fund activities to raise funds, presumably to buy advertising and et cetera, in support of a school bond.
Yes, sir.
That's bizarre.
Well, sir, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Boutros, it really isn't, because the only way to build a school, unfortunately, a public school within the state, is through school bonds. And so that is the most direct way to assist the school district in these efforts, is to help them promote, advertise, and obtain approval for a bond so that they can achieve the necessary funding.
So as I had previously stated, we have a legal obligation to ensure that the school has the capacity. This is questionable in terms of advancing that goal, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I do think it's fair. I don't know if that's a question for the applicant here. I think that's a question for Valley View to answer, and we have a letter that supports that. So I think that's just a relevant point to make at this point.
And as we continue to do this, it's not your obligation to do anything to the schools because it is not law.
Right.
Correct? So what you're doing is helping educate the public. What I keep saying, need education to get these passed. Thank you.
Chair.
So I have just a question on the quarry. Is that what it is, right? Sunrock next to y'all. And the question got brought up in regard to the signage, and I'm just looking at the letter that they provided and kind of the buffering. I don't know if you can speak to that a bit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I believe it's best reflected in the staff report. There's a condition of approval to provide a 20-foot buffer along the northern boundary, and we are in support of that, as well as the rest of staff's comments to achieve that. I'm trying to search here for maybe a graphic that might better explain that, but oops. It is on that north side. Sunrock is to the north and east of the site. Let's see, well, if I go to the end, oh, it looks like it's truncated. There's the phasing plan.
Nonetheless, you said you have a 20-foot buffer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's not reflected on this plan, but we plan to make that modification prior to City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Has anyone done a noise analysis on what the Sunrock operations generate in terms of noise over a given 24-hour cycle?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Boutros, I do not believe so.
Other questions from commissioners for the applicant?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes.
Just had a question. So if you were going to do the funding with the school, would you guys have a specific plan who you'd outsource the advertising to, or will you guys do it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Larson, I do not believe that detail has been determined. The agreement with The school district is simply to assist them via this donation. And that would be up to the school district how they would best like to utilize those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another individual in favor that chose not to speak. That's Mary Wall. If that's still true, not wanting to speak, I'm not sure who Mary is, but you still good? Okay, so you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Mary Wall, Brecken Land Design, 6661 North Glenwood in Garden City.
Thank you.
Let's see here. I'm just gonna go through the rest of the slides once I figure out how to use this thing. There we go. Just so you can see what else we had planned out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, public roadways, I think we finished that. Irrigation improvements, we would connect from our head gate, pipe the canal over to the site, build a pressure irrigation system per Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District standards, and irrigate the entire subdivision as required. This is just a picture looking at Midland properties. Up there on the left, on the right-hand side, you can see the gate that delivers water to our property. This is a picture showing the open space. It shows the location for the playground, for the pickleball courts, and all the open space. We are also proposing grassy swales for all of the stormwater, so that creates quite a bit of additional green space. The qualified open space is 5.6 acres, about 7.3%. 6% is what was required. The buffer required on the north side of the property is not reflected in this drawing because that was a comment from staff and we did not change the plat yet, but it will be incorporated. We've looked at the lot sizes and everything can be adjusted to accommodate that 20-foot buffer. And the other thing is the other change that's on this plat versus what was originally submitted is that we've coordinated with the fire department, and that road on the south side did not go all the way through. And they were concerned about fire access on the lots to the west, but we've revised that road to provide the adequate fire access so that there's two accesses for all the lots. This shows our phasing plan. Not really a lot to say about that. Some of the amenities that we're proposing, pickleball court, play structures for the kids, interconnected pathways, there'll be a pathway along 5 Mile Drain, and there'll be areas for the kids to play with all the pathways, all of the little areas of the neighborhood. It'll be easy for kids to come together to play. These are also shown by Katie. These are the elevations of the type of homes they're proposing out there. And then this is just an overall plan to finish up our presentation. So.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wall? All right, thank you. Oh, did you have a question?
Yeah, Chair. So the north portion is R1 and the south portion is R2. Is there are they all single story or all 2-story, or I'm not really clear what the north portion is with all them being right next to each other, how they have driveways or how their houses work.
So you're asking if the homes will be 1 or 2-story?
Yes, homes.
I believe that based on code, they can go up to 2-story. I mean, there's a height limit for each of the zone districts. so.
In general, sorry, in general, is the R1 single story, two story?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So moving on, no one signed up as neutral. I have one person signed up in opposition, Mr. Robert Kafka. All right, please step up, say your name, and read your address into the record, please.
Robert Kafka, 20593 Midland Boulevard.
Thank you. Yeah, 5 minutes.
You look at that map on the lower right-hand corner of the southern portion of the development, that's my place, 20593 Midland Boulevard. It's kind of fun looking in the name, Midland Meadows. We've lived there 48 years, and all that ground has been very productive. Ag ground for the full 48 years. Never seen a meadow anywhere around there, but that's okay. It's just a name. My question has to do with the zoning. When that land was brought into the city, I think it was in '08, it was zoned R1. I would assume that there's some thought that went into bringing that in as an R1, or was it just pulled out of the sky? I don't know. Could it now be just as well changed to R2 or R3? I don't know. I think there was probably some sound thinking that went into making it an R1 when it was incorporated. My biggest concern, well, I have many, water and many other things, but the current concern is the traffic. Since that piece of ground was brought into the city, I believe it was in '08, they put 2 gravel pits in, one on the east side of Midland and one on the west side. You've already talked about the one that would be abutting the northern part of the development. With the advent of those 2 pits, we now have between 400 and 600 belly dump trucks coming down Midland Boulevard from Highway 2026 every day between 7 and 5. 400 to 600, depends on what's going on construction-wise. They never go back out on Midland to 2026 because there's an average of probably 1 accident a month at that intersection. It's a terrible intersection. All the trucks go out on Lincoln to Middleton and go wherever they go from the intersection of Lincoln and Middleton. We, as people who live in that area, do not use that intersection of 2026 and Midland during the early hours of the morning or the early hours of the evening because it's such a dangerous intersection. We either go down Lincoln to Middleton, or sometimes, if the traffic is really bad, we'll take off and go east about 2 miles and then go south to hit Highway 2026. Traffic is just really, really bad. And whenever there's an accident at the intersection of Middleton and 2026, or anything that disrupts traffic, we have a steady flow of cars in front of our house on Midland. I don't know what's going on with those intersections, but we don't leave our house during that time. So that's my main concern, and having listened to the testimony earlier this evening, I'm also concerned about the school situation. An R1 would put 3 homes per acre on that property. R2 would put 4 homes per acre. That's a 33% increase in people, bodies, cars, whatever. So those are my concerns. I think it's a foregone conclusion that housing is going to eat up all the ag ground in Caldwell and probably a large proportion of Canyon County. So that's a fait accompli. It's gonna happen. But R1, I think, would be a lot more sensible than R2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, the applicant, so Mr. Brecken, you have 5 minutes for a final rebuttal.
John Brecken, 6661 North Glenwood Street, Garden City. So, one of the items in the staff report is that we are to donate, I believe it's 36% of the cost of intersection improvement, as will be determined by the city. The assumption is that that would be on one of these major intersections, either Lincoln and Middleton, or Midland and Chinden, to be determined. We have not received any detail as to where those funds would be utilized, but that would be at the discretion of the city. And so we are in support of that and would like to have a safe and accessible community or development to add to the community. Regarding the density, I'd just like to speak to that for a moment. This density is based on extensive effort with city staff and accommodating their recommendations and to come up with this split with the R1, R2, and a variety of lot sizes. The expectation that these homes will also provide or be a variety of home styles and housing sizes, both 1- and 2-story buildings. There's no plan to designate certain areas for one or the other. That would be more up to the home builder specifically and the people building. The truck traffic, I mean, there is the Sunrock facility there. We've coordinated with those folks. That has also been discussed with the Highway District and the city. Overall, just circulation, vehicular circulation, future expansion of Lincoln Road and extension to the east. Those efforts, we've looked at multiple locations for that roundabout that is slated to go in at Midland and Lincoln. We drew up many concepts at either location to determine what would be the best fit for those future improvements and the extension connection of Lincoln to the east. And vetted that with Sunrock. Sunrock is a gravel pit, and once that will be for a short period of time in the big picture, and once they're complete mining the gravel, then that land will be available for redevelopment or other uses. I would stand for any other questions.
Thank you. Any final questions for the applicant? Nope. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are at the time where I would entertain a motion to, I was just making sure I was jotting down notes. At the time where I entertain a motion to close public testimony.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Boustros. Is there a second?
Second.
Second for Commissioner Larson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we are closed public testimony for us to deliberate. Discussion from commissioners.
I think we need to retain the R1 zone throughout this development. I think we need to pause approval of this development until we hear from the Idaho Transportation Department and Canyon Highway District 4. And I think we need a noise study on the impact of Sunrock on these residences. Sunrock tells us that they run operations 24/7, and that would be astonishingly bad for residences if that noise was waking them up in the middle of the night. So we need to mitigate that. I don't know what the correct solution is, but the plat could easily be affected if a very large high berm is required in order to provide the noise isolation. So I don't want to say that yet, but I think we need the study to understand what the effect is of building residences next to a gravel pit.
I don't know if I'll let you go. I was gonna say, I hear you. I don't know if I fully agree. I think that particularly with the Caldwell Highway District, or Canyon Highway District, excuse me, that I appreciate the staff's report, that there's an opportunity that it will come for council before the final decision is made, because we make a recommendation. And I guess like the onus of adding the sound study or the noise study, if it's not required somewhere, I think that's a awfully large onus to add to the applicant, in my opinion.
I agree, and I feel like if somebody's gonna buy a house there, they already can hear it if it's going 24/7. So, I agree with you.
Other discussion?
Yeah, keep in mind that the letter from Canyon Highway District 4 explicitly asked that the plat be denied.
Sure.
That was that astonishingly strong that was that astonishingly strong language.
Yeah, and so we don't approve or deny the actual plat, so that would go to the council. So I think that's a recommendation, certainly part of that calculus I discussed earlier that we consider, but knowing that the approval and denial comes from council, and it sounds like staff is more confident that they'll have that, the council will be able to have that response by then. But I think it's a very noteworthy point you just made. Commissioner Larson, I see you hovering over the button.
I am. I feel like it would be good if the south portion could be mixed, not just all R2, it'd be R2, R1, and it would be half and half. I don't know how to say that, because I think R2 is good, and studies say that people who are in R2 and R3 areas walk more than people who are in single-family homes. So these people theoretically would walk more and use the sidewalks more. I just feel that it would need to be a little more divided. That's why I was trying to ask about the housing types, because if they're all single families, or if they're cottages, or if they're a duplex, or any of those types, I just wanted clarity on that.
So it looks like just per these are all single family homes.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And so I feel like for it to be, it just seems like really a lot of lots of small portions instead of nothing mean, but not very thoughtful on dividing R2 kind of type houses with single family R1 type houses, so that the R2 houses are hidden and so you can't see that they're in the development. Just my thoughts.
Sure.
Clarify any of that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Commissioners, I just wanted to note, in case it's helpful, even though the lots look small in the R2, keep in mind that the density they're proposing is 3.5 dwelling units per acre, which is less than what's allowed in an R1 zone.
Say that again, just so I can process what you said, please. So you're saying that the density is less than R1?
No, I'm sorry. It's less than what's required in the R2. The R2, they can go up to 4. They're doing 3.5. And in R1, you can do 3 dwelling units, so they're just barely over what's required in an R1.
Got it. So, yeah, and I hear that, and I was doing a little math based on kind of what is allowable here. So it's roughly 84 more houses over 80 acres. difference of what if I'm just using the numbers under proposed density of R1 and what's being offered here. So certainly 84 is more. But I mean, when we've seen some of those bigger numbers, if it was at 4, that would be quite a bit of an increase. And I mean, it seems relatively nominal to be able to increase the access to more housing in an area that is short on housing.
I agree.
So I guess for me, as we continue dialogue, and I would love to hear and vote for a motion that would approve this, that Caldwell Highway, or approve a recommendation, or recommend it rather. The Caldwell Housing, I was shorthanded in, so I keep saying Caldwell. Canyon Highway District will already go before the council, so that's certainly going to be something for them to consider. Yeah, I mean, I think it's addressed in this plan, in my opinion. Further discussion.
Having observed recommendations come before the city council, they tend to just approve what the planning and zoning hearing examiner and commission have approved.
But that's not for us to.
That may be true, but we are shaping.
But it is true.
Yeah, I said it's true.
Sure.
But we are shaping the information that goes before the city council.
Sure. We're one form of the public hearing process, and then there's a second form of the public hearing process. And so, to keep in light our responsibility and our capacity is to make a recommendation,
yep,
and certainly not to make any final approvals. So with that, if there's no discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion. We just read this right here.
Under number 2, yeah.
I make a motion based upon the testimony and evidence and record in this matter and upon the finding of facts and conclusion of law set forth herein, do hereby determine and move as follows: the request for ANN 22-000026 to annex parcel 341180000 with a proposed split zoning designation of R1 low density on the portion north of Lincoln Road and R2 medium density residential on the portion of South Lincoln Road to include the approval of a development agreement is approved, and the request for CPM 22-000011 for a comprehensive plan map amendment to add the north portion of parcel R3411800000 onto the city's comprehensive plan map area with a low density residential comprehensive plan future land use map designation, and a comprehensive plan map amendment to change the future land use map designation of parcel R3411900000 and the south portion of R3411800000 from low density residential to medium density residential is approved, and the request for ZON 22-000013 for a rezone of parcel R3411900000 from low density residential to medium density residential to include approval of a development agreement is approved. And the request for SUB 22-000043 for the approval of a preliminary plat for an approximately 80.71 acres development consisting of 266 residential lots and 26 common lots for Midland Meadows subdivision is approved.
Point of order, are these all subject to the conditions of approval presented in the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. All right, there's a, do you have point of order?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that the record says that these are recommendations for approval and not actual approval.
Oh, I'm sorry. These are all recommendations for approval.
All right, so there is a motion. Is there a second? I will second it.
Okay.
All right, we've already discussed, so roll call, please.
Harmon.
Yes.
Zamora.
Yes.
Larson.
No.
Boutros.
No.
Okay. Well, our task is to come away with some action, and so that was a failed motion, so, we need to continue to dialogue and get to a passing motion.
I would like.
Can I ask real quick,
Sure.
staff real quick? Didn't we do this before and this isn't, if it's a tie, doesn't it do something different instead of keeping going through all this? I
If
thought
it's a
that we
tie-
were brought through that last meeting that went forever and we couldn't get through it.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just asking for clarification.
Sure, point
on
of,
it.
Director Collins.
Yeah, Chair and Commissioners, I mean, generally, the P and Z Commission has 5 members, so you would
Mhm.
likely never have a tie. Currently, we're down to 4 members, so when there is a tie, unfortunately, the motion fails, so that means no action has been taken. And you either have to come up with a motion or continue it for more information, however you
We have to do something.
have to do something with it, yes.
And a failed motion is doing ultimately nothing in regards to action and a decision.
Thank you.
So I favor a continuation until we can get the inputs from the Idaho Transportation Department and Canyon Highway District 4 and a noise study.
But that's not for us.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let him finish, please.
So having that information supports understanding the viability of this in terms of acceptability for the traffic resources. And I think, actually, let me take back the noise issue. Even though I believe the noise issue affects the plat, I'm willing to take that back. So if we just continue this for the inputs for the traffic from ITD and Canyon Highway District 4.
Thank you. Commissioner Larson, where are you at?
I just feel like I need it to be a little better designed for the R2. I'm fine with it being R2. I just want it to be more conscious about how we're doing the R2 and that how we're using R2 to its fullest. Not that we should have 4. I think 4 might be a little aggressive for this location. But just to have single-family homes, camouflaging other R2 type homes like townhomes or duplexes inside of here, because I feel like just all single-family, we just feel like we're shoving them in like sardines. And I just want, I guess my goal is similar amount of homes, maybe a little less, with a little more open space would be my goal.
I don't think there's townhomes or all that, correct? This is all single family.
These are
Yes, these are
they're all
single family. These aren't gonna be townhouses or duplexes or anything
Yeah,
like that.
that's what I'm saying. I think they're just too much sardine-like here, that there's not enough, I don't know, everyone's super close to each other. And I feel like if we had some different home types for the R2, it could help alleviate the sheer not open space vibe that it's giving.
I'm confused what you mean by more home types. Excuse me, I didn't finish that thought.
Yeah, so changing the home type so you could have similar quantity of individuals taking up less mass in the land mass.
So you're asking for more green space?
That would be part of the goal, yeah. Some different house types besides just single family, so there'd be more open space.
I don't think that, can we get a staff clarification on?
Chair and Commissioners, just as a note, this is a standard subdivision. This is not a plan unit development. So they're actually providing amenities above and beyond what's required by code. Secondly, just to note on the lots, they will have to meet all the standard setbacks. And we just did kind of the math for the overall. So for an R1 zone, you can have a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre. If you took the entire site and it was R1 and calculated the dwellings they're providing, they're at 3.28. They're barely exceeding an R1 designation, even with the R2.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of open space down there with all the pickleballs and, you know, all the stuff they got going on. I'm just, and I know you've got your thing, and I'm fine with it. I don't understand. I'm confused, like Alex is, of what you're kind of trying to say.
And I think I get what you're certainly just don't want
Yeah, I have a single-family home. I think they're fantastic. But I think if we're going to use R2, I feel like we should optimize R2 to use what R2 can use instead of just single-family homes is my thought. Because then my thought would be then just let's ask it to all be R1, single-family, and then instead of being 3.2, it'd be 3.
So because I just think it changes the vibe. Then it no longer is a standard subdivision if we have a bunch of single-family houses in certain areas, and then we add, whether they're townhomes or duplexes or something like that. That creates a different.
I think what Commissioner Larson is asking for is going in the R2 section, going to closer to the 4 units per acre, and so compressing the houses a little bit more than they are now at the 3.2, and then using that excess property as open space.
Is that what you're saying?
That's similar.
Say they've already exceeded the open space requirements?
Chair and Commissioners, just a point here. I think I think we need to remember too that as commissioners and as staff, they are following the code. We cannot tell them what they can and can't build as far as what type of housing. You can base your decision on something as far as traffic. You can base it on the impacts to surrounding and adjacent neighbors. You have to be very careful when you're wanting to approve or put conditions on something because of a certain housing type that you want. Now, if it was a plan unit development or a special use permit, you have a little bit more flexibility to do that. But as a standard subdivision, they're meeting and exceeding the codes. You have to be very cautious what you condition.
Commissioner Larson, does that help reconcile to get us closer to a vote or a decision?
Not reconcile, but more like firm on, we can't actually make suggestions on what housing types they need.
Chair and Commissioner Larson, you can always ask the applicant if they would consider it. You just cannot require it. You can't condition it, but you can certainly ask them if they would consider doing something different.
Would that require reopening public testimony?
If you want to have a discussion with the applicant, you would need to reopen the public hearing so that you can have that conversation.
I don't feel like we need to. I feel like we've discussed it.
It's pretty cut and dry.
And I would still like to see
the highway district.
But I don't think we can ask for that because it's going to be in front of council, correct? In front of city council.
I mean, we have the option to continue it, is my understanding. And then it just punts it going before council, just down the road a little bit.
Chair and Commissioners, would it help if there was a condition that they provide staff with a letter from ITD and Canyon Highway District? Staff reviews it prior to them even being scheduled for city council hearing to ensure that we get it and we have reviewed it so that we ensure those comments have been provided to council before it goes.
And those comments would be rolled into your staff report. That goes before council.
That is correct.
I think that's a good compromise. It's more than I anticipated. I think it's closer to what Commissioner Boutros was. And certainly not exactly, but it gets us closer. Because I think your concern was to call it out so that when they make a decision, that they certainly have it in front of them. And it sounds like this would be an even more purposeful way of getting it in front of the council.
Yes.
Okay.
Would you be agreeable to that condition and adding that as a condition and voting in favor? How about you, Commissioner Larson?
I think I'd be willing to vote in favor if we just made a suggestion that they considered looking at other housing types. I mean, if we can't
I think we could certainly make a consideration, or ask them to consider it.
Yeah.
We certainly can't obligate them to do that.
So can I just add those conditions to what I already just said? Or do I have to go back through that again?
Chair and Commissioners, you do have to repeat, your motion, but I think because you've read the motion in its entirety, you
Yeah.
could just read the numbers, the case numbers. And you could read them all together, since
Okay.
your recommendation
Okay.
was for an approval of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So just read the case numbers for recommendation of approval?
Correct.
Okay, so my recommendation for approval for case number,
Commissioner Harmon?
Yeah.
Just
Oh.
one moment. Just want to make it clear, I'm still very much concerned about the school issue, but we're past the point of discussing that now.
Noted. Thank you.
so make recommendation for approval for case number CPM 22-00005, Z0N 22-000008, SUP 22
I'm
sorry.
sorry, you're reading.
Chair and Commissioner, you need to be on business item number 2.
Oh, shoot,
You're
I
on three.
switched pages.
Yep.
Sorry. That was a long one, so I already had to switch the page. All right, let's do this again. Recommendation for approval for case number ANN 22-000026, CPM 22-000011, Z0N 22-000013, and SUB 22-000043, Midland Meadows subdivision, with the conditions of having the letters from the highway districts to staff prior to city council hearing this. And what was the, and condition of considering different housing types
In the R2 zone.
in the R2 zone. There you go.
And then also just what's in the staff report, right?
And what's in the staff report, and the conditions in the staff report.
All right, so there is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Larson, and just for the record, that was Commissioner Harmon that made the initial motion. Roll call, please.
Harmon.
Yes.
Yes.
Larson.
Yes.
Boutros.
No.
All right, motion passes. All right, so I need a motion, I would entertain a motion to close public testimony, so for this one, and we can move on.
So moved.
Motion for Commissioner Larson. Second.
I second it.
Second for Commissioner Harmon. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so we'll move on the agenda. So action item 3 has been, there is a request to continue action item 3 until, there's a lot of papers here, May 24th. And so with that, I would entertain a motion to continue action item 3 to May 24th.
Sorry, go ahead.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Boutros. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second for Commissioner Harmon. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, so now we are on action item 4 on our agenda. So this is a public, I'm getting this, so just, I say that we're open public hearing, and this is a public hearing, which is a quasi judicial. This is case number ANN 22-00025 PUD 22-000010 and SUB 22-00042 Traverse Creek subdivision request by Trilogy Development to annex parcel R352360000, approximately 45.393 acres, and R341140000, approximately 38.69 acres, with the requested zoning designation of R1 low density residential, where the comprehensive plan land use designation is LDR low density residential, and approval of a development agreement associated with AN 22-000025. Concurrently, the applicant is requesting approval of a planned unit development and preliminary plat for Traverse Creek, a single-family attached and detached subdivision, which is proposing 279 residential building lots with a density of 3.3 dwelling units per acre and 54 common lots. The project will include a variety of community amenities, including a park with grassy play areas, a tot lodge, picnic tables and benches, along with landscape buffers, a sport court, and pathways. The subdivision is proposed to be developed in 6 phases. The subject parcels are located on the southwest corner of Lincoln Road and Wells Road, and on the southwest corner of North KCID Road and Marble Front Road in Caldwell, Idaho. And with that, staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you, case ANN 22000025, PUD 22000010, and SUB 22000042 for Traverse Creek. You've been presented again with a late exhibit, which is a letter from Bailey Engineering in response to another attachment that was the Martin Law letter regarding a meeting that they held. The project location is 84.49 acres located in the northwest corner of Marble Front Road and Wells Road. The applicant proposing the subject parcels be annexed into the city with the zone R1, low density residential, along with the approval of a residential planned unit development with a preliminary plat. In front of you are photos of the subject parcels. Above is the preliminary plat for 148 standard single-family homes, 117 63-foot wide single-family homes, 14 alley-loaded townhomes, along with a half basketball court and a playground. A traffic impact study was performed and reviewed by the City of Caldwell Engineering Department. The code requires 10% open space, and they're providing 10.37%, equaling about 8.76 acres of qualifying open space. The applicant is in compliance with all landscaping, land use separation, pathway, and parking requirements. The applicant is requesting some waivers along with the planned unit development, and those are as follows. The density, as we kind of discussed in the last case, it is 3 for an R1, but they will be meeting about 3.1 or 3.3 dwelling units per acre. Some lots will have less than the 50-foot frontage, and lot sizes will range from 3,389 square feet to 10,712 square feet. And after the staff report was completed, they are also requesting a 5-foot side setback for all of the lots rather than the 6-foot. These are the proposed renderings for the 36-foot wide single-family detached homes and alley-loaded single-family detached homes. And then these are the proposed renderings for the standard single-family lots. And then these are the proposed renderings for 3- and 4-unit alley-loaded townhomes. The proposed development is surrounded by county ag to the north, R1 to the south, R1 to the east, R1, and county ag to the west. The proposed comp plan designation and development is low-density residential and is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan, aside from the request for the density increase. Utilities are or will be provided to serve the proposed site and are or will be adequate to accommodate the proposed development. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. The agencies that had concerns were Valley View with school overcrowding, and then Mason Creek Ditch Company, concerns about the impacts to Mason Creek. Public notifications, we did receive one from Bailey Engineering. Again, that is that late exhibit regarding the meeting that they had with Martin Law regarding the concerns that Mason Creek Ditch Company did have, and those were addressed with those original concerns. Staff finds that the request is in compliance with the Caldwell City Code and is in conformance with the comp plan. Staff recommends that if council approves the request, that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. I do have a question. Can you go back to the variance slide? Some of the setbacks and stuff. So help me. So if we reduce them, what's on the other side? What are we making closer?
Chairman, so, for the 0-foot interior, setbacks for the townhomes, that's just because they will be attached. Those are those 3 and 4 units that I mentioned. And then for the 5-foot side setbacks, those will just be other residential lots.
Within this community?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Other questions for staff?
I have just a general question. If I read this correctly, it looks like there are 279 buildable lots, and there are 2 parking spaces per residence and 49 additional guest parking spaces. How does that compare to the generic parking space requirements for a development?
Chairman and Commissioners, so each single-family home typically is about 1.5 to 2 parking spaces. And so I would say that this is a little bit higher than that, just with those guest parking.
Other comments, Commissioner Boutros?
But is the 49 additional spaces considered adequate, or is there a standard or a requirement for how many total parking spaces there are? Chair and Commissioner, we do not require guest parking in our code, so this would be above what is asked in the code. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for staff? If not, Bonnie Layton, here for the applicant, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Zamora, members of the commission. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. It's been a long day for you all. I appreciate your time this evening. I'm Bonnie Layton with NV5. My address is 690 South Industry Way, Suite 10 in Meridian, Idaho 83642. I want to thank you for your time tonight, and I'm here on behalf of Trilogy Development and Endurance Holdings to request your recommendation of approval for the annexation to R1 low density zoning designation, our planned unit development application, as well as our preliminary plat for Traverse Creek subdivision. With that, I'll get right into the details of our project. So Traverse Creek is 84.49 acres and is located between Lincoln Road and Marble Front Road, with KCID Road dissecting the property in 2. That doesn't currently exist, but that's an extension of KCID. We also have Mason Creek as well as the Noble Drain that run through our site, resulting in several very odd-shaped areas of this property. Our project is bordered by the city limits on the east and the south side, as you can see in the slide. So I've identified in dark blue where our property is located. And also you'll see that heavier black line is the boundary of the area of city impact for the future land use map. So we're bumping right up to it, development happening all around it within the city. So we're really sort of squaring off that area of the city. A little bit further discussion about the future land use map, just to see how our project fits into the surrounding area. So we are surrounded by low-density residential R1 zoning, which allows for 3 dwelling units per acre per code, and up to 6 dwelling units per acre with a planned unit development. You'll notice that we have commercial nearby, as well as manufacturing and production. That's the blue in the bottom left corner. And then also some medium density residential, which is the brighter yellow. Water and wastewater for this project will connect in our northwest corner along Lincoln Road. So again, just to give you a little bit more context of what's going on in the area, Lincoln Road is on our northern boundary. We are actually just 0.75 miles from Highway 2026 and just 2 miles from the Franklin Road I-84 interchange. So very direct access to thoroughfares, making this an ideal location for a development of this type. I'll also note that we're about 3/4 of a mile away from North Ranch Business Park, which of course the city's done a great job of recruiting a lot of businesses. So again, supplying homes close to where these jobs are, we feel is a real benefit for the entire community. Next slide here. So again, the specific details, I've got an enlarged site rendering here for you to reference, as well as up in the top corner, a reference in terms of the different lot types and where they're located. So what we've done is we've located the larger lots along our northern and eastern boundaries to help buffer. And then internally, where our site gets broken up with the Mason Creek as well as the Noble Drain, we've focused our higher density. So we're really providing an arrangement of home types that will appeal to a variety of buyers and employees, residents that choose to call this area home. Let's see. So because of the fact that we've got the Noble Drain and Mason Creek running through the site, that qualifies us for a planned unit development. And with that planned unit development, the code recognizes that when you've got areas like this that are broken up, there should be some latitude given in terms of lot sizes, dimensions, setbacks. The PUD allows up to 6 units per acre. We are just still just over the R1 zoning and our total units at 3.3 units per acre. Let's see. I'd also like to point to the fact that you'll notice in the letter from Canyon 4 Highway District, they made a statement in paragraph 4 of their letter saying that an important north-south connection, which will provide an alternate access to Highway 2026 corridor and relieve congestion on Aviation Way and Middleton Road. So they're really saying, we support this, you're building KCID through to connect, so it really helps with the overall traffic in the area. We were required for our traffic study to provide turn lanes, which was a comment we received from engineering. We made modifications to our plan to accommodate those turn lanes as well. This is a more technical slide of our project. As you can see, there are several areas. We actually, the open space, we meet the code for open space, but because we've got so much irrigation easements running through our site, we actually have 28 acres of this site is open space. Some of it is qualified, but per code, the irrigation easements are not qualified. That equals 33.14% open space throughout the site. So even though they're not qualified, they're going to feel open, they're going to function open. They will be a nice amenity to the community and the residents. Let's see. Quickly, the phasing of the project, as I mentioned, the services are coming from the northwest corner of the site. So we've got phase 1, phase 2 will move to the east, and then phases 3 and 4, 5 and 6 will build out. We plan that this will be building 1 phase per year, and hopefully, if we are approved and our timelines proceed as we predict, we would hope to be going vertical with this project in the spring, early summer of 2024. So just from a timing standpoint for your reference. These are some additional renderings that I provided. I know we provided you some slides or some images in our application. Again, you can see the area that these homes will be on the site plan. These are the 36-foot wide lots that will be found in our project, as well as the townhome lots. And so with that, I think I have covered everything, or I hope I have. I'm happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna step away, grab
Yep,
some water.
go ahead.
Go ahead and start questions.
I do have a question. It's not an important thing. I was really pleased in the last presentation that they had a slide that showed what the current water rights were and what the water consumption was going to be, because we've had so many comments in the past from people about irrigation. And it was like, oh, look at this. There was this much water right before, and they actually reduced the amount of water that was going to be used in the development. Has that been talked about? Can you address that topic at all?
Chairman Zamora, Commissioner Boutros, I don't have the specific details on that, unfortunately. I do know that this was a farm, has historically been a farm, so it would have water rights. What I can say is that we will be required to hook into the pressurized irrigation system. Typically, we like to develop projects, and we are water conscious. I think there's a lot more awareness from the residents of these communities for drip systems instead of, large irrigation systems. So with that, I can't speak technically to that, but I would anticipate that water conscious design it is part of our plan. I just don't have a quantifiable number for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question. Help me, and I'm still just curious about the variances, which is like looking at this, help me conceptualize a bit more what the need for the variances, what those are going to do.
Okay, Commissioner Zamora. So what we were asking for is in the R1 zone, there's certain lot sizes and widths that are required. So the PUD allows you to vary from those standards. The 0-foot side yard setback, obviously, because the townhomes are connected. And then typically what we like to build is with a 5-foot side yard instead of a 6-foot side yard for the homes in these communities. We find that our residents prefer to have that space more in the backyard instead of a side yard that's not really usable, that they're not doing much with, that they have to try to maintain. So we've found, and my client, the builder for this project, has found that formula works best for his product and his buyers.
So they'll still have yard space. It just.
Oh yes, they will still have yard space. Yes, that's correct. It's just the 1-foot reduction on the side yards to make the plants more functional. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other questions for Ms. Blanchard? No? All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So we have a couple individuals sign up just as neutral and didn't want to speak, but I'll just verify. Kevin Myblack, would you like, you're still good? Oh, you, go ahead. Say your name and your address, and then you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Kevin Muehlbeck. I'm at 4507 Marble Front. The point of the southwest corner on Mason Creek bumps into my property. I go west of that. Main questions I have, it looks like the KCID extension is going to be developed on the 3rd phase. And so we're now going to be putting even more traffic into Middleton Road off of Lincoln. There's already is a bottleneck there at the 8 o'clock and the 4 o'clock times, along with the other Midland Meadows subdivision, putting another 200, some going the other direction in that same section right there. So again, we might want to look at really what the Canyon County Highway said needs to be done at that intersection right there. Lincoln does a jog right there, and so it really causes all kinds of troubles, especially with all those gravel trucks coming right through that area, and that is a major concern right there. And the other concern I have is just
what is happening with Mason Creek. Are you gonna leave it wild, or are you gonna try to develop a trail system through there? Are you trying to connect a trail from this subdivision over to the Solomon Trail that is already kind of in place right now? And there's a couple of dashes in the Solomon Trail that is missing, but I'm not sure what the overall plan is for any kind of trail system connecting all the different things together to get more bicycles and things like that going. I'm not sure. And that's the only concerns I really have, is if we have Mason Creek is going to be staying wild. There's wild turkey in that area. There are pheasant. There are hawks in the trees right there. And we start developing all these things. You take away the food supply for the hawks. And so everything just starts disappearing again. So that's my only concerns.
Thank you. And maybe those can be potentially addressed in a rebuttal, so thank you. I also have Dave and Rosemary Weaver. Would you like to speak, or you signed up as, okay. You can go ahead and approach the podium, say your name and address into the mic, please. Then you have no more than 5 minutes.
David Weaver, 4815 Marble Front Road. So if you look at the front of that map, just to the left, bottom where you see that 1 acre U in, and then there's a corner cut out, that's our property right there. My concern is, other than this traffic, people have talked about that, but there's one access in and out of that area to the south of Mason Creek, and it all comes out right next to practically our front yard. That seems like an awful lot of traffic coming out in one place, that there should be other places along there where, just to take that off, there's a lot of homes in there, a lot of people being packed into that one little area. So that's my major concern about that. That's my major objection to it.
So are you saying this kind of whited out area is what you're referring to?
Well, okay, that's not our property. Move over to the left. That's our property. We've got 7 acres there, right there.
Yeah, got it.
Right there. Our house is just right next to where that's coming out. That's all those people in that area are coming out that road right there. That's my objection. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And, excuse me, Aaron Brooks. Would you like to? Okay. State your name and address into the mic.
My name is Aaron Brooks. I live at 4702 Lincoln Road. My property runs along the west side there. We have about 4 acres. Just a few things. I did want to point out, I was digging into some of the stuff before I came in, and it listed, I'm sure you guys are all aware that Mason Creek is a creek. It was listed as a ditch in some of the paperwork. I just wanted to make sure that we know that it is a perennially flowing stream, not a ditch. And also, it's also a floodplain. I have to pay for flood insurance, so just because it also listed on the same document that there was no floodplain, and there is. So don't know if that makes any difference, but wanted to make sure that was correct. Same thing. KCID and 2026 does not have a light right now. That's not going to help at all. And you cannot turn on to 2026 from KCID unless we add a light or something. Also, Lincoln Road and Middleton Road is a major concern. Trying to take my kids to school every day, it's super dangerous. There's like major wrecks there. Marble Front doesn't go on to 2026, so there's very few ins and outs. So I just think, like, especially with, the property we just saw is just across 2026. So we've got 500 now and 550 properties going in a very small location. So I just think, as far as planning for road work, definitely need to consider we've got to have some lights somewhere to get in and out of there. And they've punched through, the aviation is the only road that has a light. So to get out of there, you'd have to get everyone to aviation. Otherwise, you're turning 2026 or Lincoln Road with no lights. So mornings and afternoons is my kids go to school in Middleton. I don't want them to have to make that turn when they get into high school. It's sketchy as it is. So, and that's without, and I know there's going to be more subdivisions in this area. So I'm just concerned about getting the roads ahead of the houses, I guess. So that's it.
Thank you. All right, so that was, Erin was the final person to sign up, so I'll ask, Ms. Layton to come up for her rebuttal up to 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Commissioners. Again, Bonnie Layton with NV5, representing the applicant. So, couple of things. Traffic is a concern, obviously, with any development. That's something that we deal with regularly. A project this scale was required to complete a traffic impact study. It was reviewed not only by city staff, but also the highway district, and we incorporated any comments. I know Rob can speak a little bit more to the regional traffic planning in the area. Improvements along 2026 are in process right now. It's my understanding that there will be a traffic light put in place at KCID in 2026. Rob probably has some more details that he could provide for that. Mason Creek, yes, it is a creek. It will remain a creek. It will stay open. Our path is along the creek, but we have to maintain our development in accordance with the irrigation district and the Bureau of Reclamation. So we're not planning on landscaping that or covering that or piping it or anything. That will be left natural, an open space as it exists today. We will be making a pretty significant investment in crossing Mason Creek with the extension of KCID. Pretty significant investment that we are bearing for this development. In terms of the kind of southwest corner of our project, there are actually two entrance points from that group of homes onto Marble Front Road, and we have provided stub streets in accordance with planning requirements that are customary for planning and development. So we've got a stub street. So eventually, someday, if this parcel develops, there's a connection there. We've provided a stub street for this out parcel as well. But our residents will be able to take access onto Marble Front either at this point or probably most likely the majority of them will enter and exit through this point here. Let's see. We do have a portion of our site that is in the floodplain, but we have worked, that was reviewed with staff and your floodplain administrator. So our engineers are aware of this and will design to the standards to make sure that we are out of the floodplain and in compliance with building regulations and federal floodplain regulations. Other than that, I think those were all of the questions and comments that were raised, but I'm happy to stand for any questions. If not, appreciate your time this evening and request your recommendation for approval of our project.
I just have one question. How big is the buffer from what is that? Mason Creek? Is there between that and when you start your line?
Sorry, from?
Yeah, between the houses and just the creek. How big of a buffer do you have?
I'd have to pull up let's see if we can see it on this plan here. It would have been designed in accordance with the specifications. Looks like it's at least 20 feet there. 110 feet from yeah, the easement is 110 feet, and then we've got I think you were asking outside of the easement.
So there's a buffer beyond these.
Yeah, yes, that is correct.
Any additional questions for Ms. Layton? None?
Nope.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're at the point where I would entertain a motion to close public testimony.
So moved.
That was a motion by Commissioner Larson. Is there a second?
Second?
Second from Commissioner Boutros. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We're, have now closed public testimony and deliberation discussion.
I got a question for Rob. So I think Ms. Layton said that this is probably gonna be a 6-year project, but not even start till 2024, so, what's the projection on the roads and stuff like that in the next 6 to 7 years? Because we know that the project before is gonna take probably about that same amount of time to build out also.
Are you referring to, which roads are you referring to specifically?
Well, just all the connector roads that they're all, that everybody's been kind of concerned about and stuff, you know, with the lights,
Yeah.
and all that, getting onto Middleton Road.
Yeah.
So a huge concern, thank you, Commissioner Harmon. A huge concern in this area has always been 2026. And as we all know, ITD has started a project to widen 2026 to 6 lanes from the interstate all the way to Middleton. And they are in the process now of designing the next phase, which goes from Middleton all the way to Star Road, which is the last section. And that'll be I believe a 4-lane section through there. In the Caldwell section from the interstate to Middleton, there will be a traffic light at every half mile. So you already have one at Aviation and Smead, and then you will have one at KCID and Ward, and then you have Middleton. And so there will be a traffic light, and those should be constructed before the project's completed, which I don't like estimating ITD's time frame, but should be completed probably within the next year and a half, I would guess, and that should all be done. That's going to help bring traffic. The intent here is traditionally traffic has always traveled west on Marble Front because there's been no way to get really down to the highway. But now that we're getting all these north-south connection points, I believe that it's going to start drawing more traffic down to the highway. And as the highway area builds out and commercial starts coming in, there's going to be more of a draw to that area, and people aren't going to have to go into downtown. So that addresses that. The other thing to remember is that roads are improved and widened and built out by development. The city doesn't have the funding to go build curb, gutter, and sidewalk and widen roads. Development has to do that. And so we put that on the backs of the developers as they come in, and that is their contribution to the transportation system, in addition to their traffic mitigation, to improve the roads in their section. As Ms. Layton had mentioned, they are building a full section of KCID from Marble Front up to Lincoln Road. And so that's a part of the network that it will now be complete because of this development. And so as development brings in more traffic, and we understand that every development brings in more traffic, they also bring in improvements that help traffic, and all of the improvements that are required meet our master plans. And so they're all being developed and built out to meet our master plan build-out scenarios. So once everything's built out at some theoretical future time, the transportation system is supposed to function appropriately. But in the interim, when you have sections that are completed and not completed, then you have traffic issues, and we just try to push through that as best we can.
Thank you. I think we tend to see this development with a snap of a finger just overnight, and traffic just automatically being there. That's why I asked, because it's going to be over a course of years before it's completed with all these people, so.
Even the first phase, you're
Even the
at
first
least 2
phase.
years out, based on just, if you're starting a year out from now, and then a year for each phase, we're 2 years away from, and hopefully, it's not, you know, it's crossing our fingers that ITD gets it done in that time frame, year and a half out from some of those really major improvements.
So in that same vein, to extend the discussion to the Middleton and Lincoln interchange, I'm aware that a roundabout is planned for that, and Canyon Highway District's letter asked for simultaneous development and participation and improvement of that intersection by the developer and city. I don't know that they can dictate how the city uses the developer fees to do that, but if the timing works out well, that we achieve simultaneous improvement of the roundabout at Middleton and Lincoln, then that kind of scratches Canyon Highway District's itch. Can you speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Boutros, I appreciate that comment. We are, the city collaborated with Canyon Highway District 4 to put together a Middleton Road corridor study. And we have a corridor study now that has been adopted by the city that has a roundabout at every half mile. And Lincoln Road is one of the locations of that roundabout, of a roundabout. And so we have been in discussion with Canyon Highway District 4. The city has already initiated other roundabout projects along the Middleton Road corridor. You'll see Ustick and Middleton get built this summer. There's another one at Joplin and Middleton that's in design. And because development's coming in around there, a lot of the contribution from those developments in that area are helping pay for that roundabout. And then that is the same as we move to the next roundabout. That is the Lincoln roundabout that we are starting to look at for design, to start preparing to get that constructed, hopefully in the next 2 years.
Thank you.
All right. Other discussion and deliberation?
Yeah, I have a question. So Mason Creek Ditch Company sent a letter and they wanted a condition of approval to include them in an agreement. Was that added to the staff report?
Chair, Commissioners, staff did not decide to put anything in. We did include all of those things for your consideration, and you're more than welcome to include that as something that you would recommend.
Thank you. I think we need to do that, and we had a letter from their lawyer to that effect.
Chair and Commissioner, I also do want to touch on that. That late exhibit was from the applicant's team meeting with the Mason Creek Ditch Company and that law firm as well, just addressing some of those concerns. I know you probably haven't had much time to look at it, but just so that you are aware, that is what that's for.
Yeah, and I don't see that as being particularly controversial. It's appropriate for them to be involved. They just want to make sure they are. So ITD requested a traffic impact study on March 2nd, and there was no indication if they ever received one. Did they get one?
Chair and Commissioner Boutros, when we send out the public agency memos, we always send them to ITD and Canyon Highway District, regardless of what the development is. And we always send them a Dropbox link with everything that's been submitted.
Thank you. Have they responded?
Chair and Commission, to my knowledge, all I've received is what is included.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Other discussion, deliberation?
I'm gonna bring up, Valley View sent another letter, so there is that issue there hanging out. We don't need to discuss it any further.
No, I would like to bring up just a little bit, just to touch on just a little bit, nothing big, but same thing with the traffic. I mean, we are looking at 6-7 years out, and hopefully we can get some funding and get some school stuff too. By then, I would hope we'd figure that out by the time these developments are done. I mean, I don't know if that makes any sense, but.
Further discussion? Commissioner Larson?
I would move to make a motion. I just need to clarify what part you wanted to add in the motion. Is it for to the Mason Creek?
We need to add a condition of approval to include, we need to add a condition of approval to include Mason Creek Ditch Company in any agreements that affect changes to Mason Creek.
Okay. So I move based on action item on the testimony, evidence, and recording of this matter upon the findings, facts, and conclusions of law set forth herein, do hereby determine and move as followed. The request ANN 220000025 to annex parcel R352360000 and R341140000 with a request zoning designation of R1 low density designation to include an approval of a development agreement is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions of approval as presented. And the request of PUD 22-000010 and sub 22-000042 for planning unit development with a preliminary plat for Traverse Creek, a single-family attached and detached subdivision, is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions of approval as recommended. And also to include the ditch company in further planning and development.
All right, there was a motion for Commissioner Larson. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second for Commissioner Harmon. Roll call, please.
Larson,
Yes.
Zamora,
Yes.
Harmon.
Yes.
Boutros.
No.
All right, motion passes. And so with that, I would entertain a motion to close public testimony.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Larson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Harmon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are back. All right, and so now we are moving into our final agendized item, which is a public hearing, legislative. So I'm gonna, so open public hearing for this legislative item, case number OA23-01, a request from the City of Caldwell Planning and Zoning Department to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-2-13 Caldwell City Code pertaining to special events by removing the restriction of special plaza events from triggering the authority of the plaza operator to amend Chapter 6, Article 5, Section 06-05-08 Caldwell City Code pertaining to the location restriction for door-to-door salesmen by allowing operation within a parade route so long as a prior license has been obtained, to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-02-02, Caldwell City Code pertaining to the land use schedule by allowing certain language for mixed-use planning unit developments by changing a medical dentist office to a permitted use in the C1 zone and by reformatting and cleaning up typographic errors in the table, and to amend Article 11, Chapter 11, Article 2, Section 11-02-02, 1CB pertaining to the approval subdivision name on plats by allowing for formal procedure to submit and obtain approval for a subdivision name change during the preliminary plat phase and or final plat recordation. The ordinance would be in full force and effect from and after its passage, approval, and publication according to law, provides for severability and repeals conflicting ordinances, resolutions, and orders. Things are getting making me more tongue-tied as the night goes on. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Robin Collins, Planning and Zoning Director, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you tonight are some city ordinance text amendments as Chair Zamora read. We do have one late exhibit that was passed out to you. It is just an updated findings of fact, conclusions, and law and order. The reason it was updated is to remove the information in regards to the airport overlay amendment from that document. Let the record show this will be known as PZ 1003. As you probably were aware, and as we go through the slides, when we're looking at these draft text amendments, the formatting, you'll see stricken text means that is existing text that we're proposing to delete from the code. Any underlined text is either new text or maybe text that has been reformatted. When you see 3 dots, that means the current code has text before or after where the amendments are being proposed, but that language is not being proposed to change, so it's been left out. Again, we went through the late exhibit, so I won't go through that again. So the first amendment is to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-02-13. This is pertaining to special events. We're proposing to remove the restriction of special plaza events for triggering the authority of the plaza operator. Basically, this will allow the plaza operator to supervise and manage Indian Creek Plaza at all times and not just during those special events. So that's the only reason we're removing that language. The city has an agreement with Destination Caldwell, and that is who the plaza operator is.
Is it appropriate to ask you questions on each section as we go, or wait?
I'll leave that up to the chair.
Yeah, I think it's just easier since they're different topics.
Yeah,
So,
to address topic by topic.
correct, yeah.
So when I read this, I was a little bit concerned about giving them control extending along both sides of any street constituting a boundary of said area. So is the legal definition of Indian Creek Plaza does that include across the street? Because there are stores, sidewalks that are across the street from Indian Creek Plaza, and we're giving control of those spaces to the plaza operator.
Chair and commissioners, and this is usually, yes, when they have events, they a lot of times control those streets that are around the Indian Creek Plaza as far as the vendors and stuff that are happening. We do have a definition on our code for Indian Creek Plaza, and I don't know off the top of my head if area located between 5th, 10th, Union Pacific, and Blaine, that's all in downtown. That's in the city center core, right? Yeah, so that's in our city center core, and the city has an agreement with them, and we're completely fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
They have certain things they can and cannot enforce.
I can imagine a situation where some unapproved vendor tries to get close to the event so that they could do business, and it would be disruptive. So yeah, thank you.
I think I remember when this was coming up, and it was for that reason, just to kind of mitigate that during like parades and those big celebrations. You kind of have those vendors that are technically across the street and trying to sell their stuff, and it messes with the flow of events and other stuff.
Chair and Commissioner, that's absolutely correct, because the way this was worded, it made it sound like it was just during events that were happening in Indian Creek, but we want it to also be for when there are parades happening that aren't necessarily actually in the plaza, but they're around it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the next amendment is to Chapter 6, Article 5, Section 060508. This is also pertaining to kind of those special events, but this is about the location restriction from door-to-door salesmen. So this amendment maintains consistency with the previous amendment that we just talked about, removing that restriction of triggering the authority of the plaza operator for special events. But it also allows peddlers to operate within a parade route so long as a prior license has been obtained. So in the past, we have not allowed them to operate in a parade route. The city would like to allow them to do that so long as they have the appropriate vendor's licensing.
And just for clarification, to do door-to-door, there's a license or some sort of approval from the city that is required, correct?
Chair and Commissioner, that's correct. Okay, this is where we'll get a little more detailed into the amendment. So the next amendment covers Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 100202 of the zoning ordinance. This is pertaining to the current land use schedule within the zoning ordinance. So years ago, a couple years ago, I guess, this particular land use schedule used to allow multifamily in commercial zones. At that time, the administration felt they wanted to take that out and make those no longer a permitted use to have multifamily in commercial zones, which has created some problems, as you've seen, where we see more people that are now asking for rezones, residential properties, or they're not able to do, say, a mixed use in a commercial zone where they have an actual mixed use component of commercial and residential, because it's not a permitted use, and you can only have so much of a percentage of a non-permitted use within a planned unit development. So it has been the city's position to go back and propose to go back to the way it used to be, to also help address the housing issues that we have here in the city, provide more opportunity for that middle housing, affordable housing, but maybe in some of the commercial zones where it might be felt that it's more compatible next to commercial uses for some of those higher density multifamily. So we are proposing to allow these in all of the commercial zones, but still with approval of a special use permit. So that allows that to come before this commission and the council And you can judge those projects on a case-by-case basis on how it's being developed, how it's located, the amenities that they're providing. And so this is what this table does in the middle right there, is changes those N's to S's across the C zones.
But these were recently changed, right? Like within the last couple years?
Yeah, Chair Zamora, I believe it was changed in 2020, I want to say, so it was fairly recently.
Yeah, because I remember we addressed this and we changed this. I think they were originally special use and,
Correct, and we are going back to special use, and this is an administration decision, but it's also a decision based on the barriers that the development community is seeing with trying to develop more housing on some of these residential lots that are out there. This gives them a little bit more opportunity to come in on some of the commercial lots, and we're hoping it'll provide more opportunity for mixed-use developments to come in, so that you will have a mixture of commercial and residential, and having some of that residential serving that community. So that's kind of the goal.
Thank you.
The next one is to amend the same land use schedule, but adding some additional language to clarify the different types of residential plan unit development and describe what zoning districts they are allowed in. So originally, as you can see, this really just said plan unit developments, residential. But now that we're allowing multifamily in the commercial, we really needed to split that definition out. So now we have a definition for plan unit developments where it's single family attached, detached, and 2 and 3 family dwellings, where those are still not allowed in the commercial zones. But now the allowance of a plan unit development with that multifamily allowed in the commercial zones with a special use permit. Also, because of this, we have also added a footnote number 10. So something that, because these say special use permit, people have been coming in and wanting to know, do they have to apply for a plan unit development application and a special use permit? The city felt it didn't make a lot of sense to charge them for 2 different applications that really are doing the same thing. So in the land use schedule, we've added a new footnote that basically says, if you're a plan unit development, we know it's a special use and you have to get that approval, but we're not going to charge you the fees for a special use permit because you're already paying the fees for a plan unit development. Mm-hmm. And it's the same hearing process. So it doesn't change anything. It still has to go through the same process. We just don't want to charge them twice.
Fair.
The next one is also to the land use schedule. This one, it's going to go into, since we've allowed these PUDs within the commercial zones, we also needed to, let's see. Yeah, we've updated the land use schedule to show these as a special use in the residential zones as well, as far as a plan unit development where it's mixed use of commercial and residential. And this is because we've been having problems with, even though the code says that you can do a plan unit development and you can have a mix of residential and commercial, the land use schedule wasn't clear. It nowhere in the land use schedule did it say mixed use development for commercial and residential. So it was really confusing people if that was even allowed. But yet in the plan unit development section, it said you could have commercial and residential. So this is really just to clear up the land use schedule so that they recognize that, yes, in all of those residential zones, your commercial zones, the college district, and the historic district, you can propose a mixed use development as long as you get that approval. So this is kind of a cleanup thing in the code. On this one, so currently we're seeing a lot of developments, again, try to utilize that mixed use allowance in the comp plan, where like, say, for instance, in an R2, it says you can have a density of up to 4 dwelling units per acre. If you do a mixed use development, you can have 12. There was a lot of confusion where in the past, developers were allowed to get the 12 units, the density increase, as long as they provided a mix of housing types, which that's really not a true mixed use development. And so we're clarifying that by adding this additional footnote. And this footnote clears up that if you're in those R zones, that primary land use has to be residential, but you have to have no less than 5% as a commercial use. Because the other thing we're seeing now is even though we as staff are telling them that that's not the true definition of mixed use, we're having developments come in trying to provide a single office for lease in a clubhouse. And they said that's mixed use. And they're telling us it's because when they go to the definition of mixed use, it does make it sound like it could be a office, but that's because that mixed use definition is actually more for home occupations. But it's not clear in the code. So we're trying to identify that they have to have at least 5% to classify as a mixed use development to get that density increase bonus. Let's see, and I think that's it on that one. So that's just a footnote. A little bit further down in the table, and we believe this was an error in the last time the land use schedule was changed. For some reason, a medical dentist office was listed as a special use permit, which didn't make a whole lot of sense in a C1 zone because you've also got outpatient only. And you've got other types of things that in that zone are not a special use permit, like therapy centers are permitted. So we've had a lot of people trying to come into these dental offices, and they're just like, I don't understand. Which makes total sense because that C1 is really for providing those neighborhood services, where your C2 and stuff, we've left that as a special use permit because that really is more for like retail shopping and that type of thing. So we felt like this makes a lot of sense. It goes along with those other occupancies that are allowed in the C1. So we're just proposing that to change from a special use to a permitted use within the C1 zone. Some other cleanup factors here, if you'll see in the yellow up there, the table used to just say P is permitted, S is special use. It used to say N equals not permitted. But if you look through our table, and I'll back up a little bit, as you see, some of these just have blanks. So it looks like the last time they updated the land use schedule, they started to change everything to Ns to make people know it's not permitted, but they didn't change the whole land use table. So some of it said Ns. Like if we go back, you'll see how some of these say Ns, but the rest of the land use schedule is blank. So we're really cleaning it up. Most land use schedules, if it's not permitted, they leave it as a blank because it's much easier for the end user to look at it, not see a letter in there and know it's not a permitted use. So we're changing that back to if it's blank, it means non-permitted. We've added the additional language, permitted use, special use permit required, just to help people to understand the code, just making it a little easier. Again, this is just showing how we had a lot of Ns, so we're now crossing those Ns out so that those will become blanks. Let's see, yeah, so that's just showing that in this location here. So the top is showing what it looks like now, the bottom is showing that it'll just be blanks in the future. Again, just more reformatting of the land use schedule here. The next one is to amend Chapter 11, Article 2, 110202, and this amendment is pertaining to the subdivision name, required phasing, and commercial parcels. So this is a big section, so I'm going to go through this a little bit at a time here. Again, everything you see there, that if it's underlined, that is new additional language that's being added. If it's stricken through, it's being deleted. If it's neither, then that means it's existing language. So under current code, once a subdivision has the final plat has been recorded, the code said you could not change the name and you could not market it or advertise it at anything differently, otherwise you'd be penalized. Well, we all know that brings about some problems, right? You may have a subdivision that doesn't develop, it gets sold, the new developer wants to change the name, for whatever reason they want to change the name. And we don't have a problem with them changing the name. We just want to make sure there's a formal process, so there's paperwork, so that we can check to make sure, the name is appropriate, there's not another subdivision named the same. So what this amendment is doing is actually saying that, okay, you can change it as long as you follow the formal process. So you have to fill out an application. We're not going to charge them a fee. Fill out the application, you submit it, we get approval through mapping on the subdivision name, and then we're gonna make you probably go and record your final plat again with the new name so that it's recognized. What we've also done is kind of reworded the marketing portion, because as we started reading that, we started kind of strategizing on, do we really care how they market or advertise their subdivision just on a flyer or on their internet? Probably not really something that we care about, but we do care about how it's physically advertised. So we've kind of just added the language that all permanent or temporary signage physically located on or near the location of the subdivision and on all the deeds and legal documents have to have that approved name. And we did delete where it says in its complete form. If you see kind of in the middle where it said city approved subdivision in its complete form. The reason we're deleting that is sometimes we might have a subdivision that has, I don't know, I can't even think of an example right now, but say it's Adams Ridge something, and maybe they only put Adams Ridge. We're not going to be like hard lined where if they don't put exactly letter for letter, as long as it kind of has that parent name, there's going to be some flexibility in what they put up. The next one is, did you have a question on that?
Yeah, you want to delete this word.
Oh, yeah, we'll fix that, the typographical error. Yeah, we'll fix that. So the next one, let's see. Let's go to the next one here. Through that, permanent signage. So another challenge developers are having when a subdivision is developed is the commercial component. Because currently our code says that they have to provide us a phasing plan. They have to follow that phasing plan concurrently, phase by phase. And we recognize that that's not always how it works in the real development world. When you have commercial development, that's kind of more market driven. And sometimes you might want to do that residential phase first. You all of a sudden get a tenant or somebody that wants to build those apartments or build that retail shopping center, and they should be able to do that and not have to follow that phasing schedule. So we've added some language in here that commercial apartments or commercial development does not have to follow the same phasing schedule. We've also added some language that they could be named differently. So in the past, there was some struggles with, okay, if your apartments or your storage facility is part of this subdivision, you have to be called the same thing. Well, and I'm going to use Adams Ridge again as an example. We had Adams Ridge subdivision, we had Adams Ridge apartments, and we had Adams Ridge storage. The way the code read, technically, they wouldn't have been able to be called Adams Ridge apartments and Adams Ridge storage. Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to be called Adams Ridge subdivision for your storage. So we're changing the code to allow that they can be named differently, as long as they also have some of that parent name within their naming scheme. So again, this just shows those changes that are being made. Yeah.
Another typo, shall be subject.
Okay, we'll fix it. Thank you. So those are the changes. They're pretty simple. We did send out public agency notifications. We're commenting that we had no public agency comments for the proposed amendments that you are seeing today. We did have some comments on the airport overlay, but because that's not the subject of these today, we're not going to go through those. Again, public hearing notice was published in the paper. We've received no public comments on the amendments being proposed. Staff analysis, the proposed ordinance text amendments are in conformance with the adopted comprehensive plan. They meet all the requirements in the city code for amendments, And they also meet all of the required approval criteria. And so based upon our analysis, staff is recommending approval of case OA 2301 as provided in the amended findings of fact, conclusions of law and order, presented as the late exhibit, subject to the conditions as presented in the amended order. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Collins. Any questions?
In all of that, there was only one piece that I thought I didn't like. When you have a commercially zoned area, I would rather not see any residential activity occur in that because of there was a real wide range of acceptable commercial activities, and some of them are really not compatible with being close to a residence, although some of them don't make much difference. And I understand that it would come before a commission or hearing exam. I guess it can go before either hearing examiner or the commission, but I like the most recent change that was done, and I'm a little leery about changing back to the way it was before. I understand the desire to give flexibility, but at the same time, when you were reading that, and I thought, I bet you she's never been to Brooklyn, New York, which is where I'm from, because there you find such a tight mix between commercial and residential, and I think it does lead to a lower quality of life.
I appreciate that. Chair and Commissioner Boutros, I want to clarify though, it's not all residential. It is only 4 units and up. So it's multifamily. So it's multifamily.
I understood.
Yeah, which from the planning world is a transitional use next to commercial.
Any additional comments for staff?
Do we have to approve or deny this in its entirety, or can we cherry pick line items?
Chair and Commissioners, you can do whatever you like. You can recommend approval with changes. You can recommend approval with conditions. It's however you want to do it.
Could we have a discussion, since we have 2 individuals
who
were here when the change was done to separate them? Can you talk about why that was done then?
Yeah, I think we'll have to close public testimony, or we don't have to, but I think it would be a good time to do that during our deliberation.
Sure.
So any additional comments for staff?
My one question was, the mayor knows about all this, right? Sorry.
I mean, it's a fair question. I thought about it earlier.
Chair and Commissioner, staff was directed by the mayor to bring this amendment forward.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just had to double check.
And I just wanted to clarify, when you do make those motions, if you want to take something out, you do have to vote on the whole OA together. But what you can do is say, I recommend approval subject to the following changes.
Sure. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? If not, I would entertain a motion to close public. I'm assuming nobody signed in because there's nobody here, but.
I don't know, you want to talk?
Yeah, okay, I'm being told that. All right.
So moved.
All right, motion for Commissioner Boutros and a second from Commissioner Larson to close public testimony. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, deliberation.
Could you talk about why it was done the other way?
I mean, I think the conversation was, if I recall, and certainly there's going to be minutes there, I don't think that there was any kind of absurd kind of problem that I recall that was the genesis of this conversation.
I think Jerome was just trying to clean up the best that he thought as a different director. You know what I mean?
I don't remember this big issue that was like, we have to go in here and make these changes that are doing that. I think part of it was some of the conversation that you had with if they aren't compatible. But again, I think the deference is in the special use permit. It goes before a hearing body to make a decision to that end. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with this personally.
Yeah, because I think it just gives the flexibility, and then we can deny it if we want when it comes forward. You know what I mean? I think it just, I agree with that part too.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I think that it's good to have some opportunity for it, like I brought up with the coffee shop. I believe that there should be some times, because Gen Z is believing that the most important thing in the world is in the environment, so they're going towards smaller homes, single families, duplex, fourplexes, and so they say they want community living, so you'd want a restaurant or stuff nearby in the same neighborhood. So I agree that it should happen some of the time. I don't know that we can specify in the code to say it needs to happen this percentage of the time. I mean, you have the 5% thing, but
As the floor.
I almost would say to just not have multifamily dwellings and just have 4, 5, 6, but that would be my only opposition. I'm not opposed to what it is as now, though, because they are special.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 3 of them.
Yeah. And I mean, I think as for the other ones are fine. I mean, just to be transparent, I'm a part owner of a business on the plaza. That doesn't impact me, but I just want to be out there to say that, with, changes to the plaza.
What do you own? Give us a, no.
All right. Any further discussions on any of this?
No.
If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Based upon the testimony and evidence and record in this matter, and upon the findings and facts and conclusion of law set forth herein, do hereby determine and move as follows. The request OA-23-01, amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-02-13, Caldwell City Code, amend Chapter 6, Article 5, Section 060508, Caldwell City Code, amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-0202, Caldwell City Code, and amend Chapter 11, Article 2, Section 11-0202. 1CB is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions of approval as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second for Commissioner Boutros. Roll call, please.
Harmon.
Yes.
Zamora.
Yes.
Larson.
Yes.
Boutros.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. And then I would entertain a motion to close public testimony or close public hearing.
So moved.
From Commissioner Larson, is there a second?
Second.
Second for Commissioner Boutros. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
All right, with that, meeting adjourned. 10:01.
That was a good one. I'm glad we started at 6.